Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 long weeks of open qualifiers, we have watched teams battle it out to prove they deserve a spot in Challenger League season number 9. Now, finally, we have lowered our numbers to just 16 teams as we start the playoffs. My name is Corn Pop. I'm going to be casting tonight alongside Astor as my co-caster.
Yo.
And we are covering Goober Squad versus Avenged in the first round of the playoffs.
What's up, guys? Excited to be here.
So, tell me about these teams, because this is 9th versus 8th seed. It is, if you trust the math, it should be the best matchup. But what do we think? Is this actually going to be a really close game, or are one of these teams more likely to win than the others?
I think it will because you were start off like really strong back in like I think it was the second qual where they performed really well. And if they can and then they have struggled a little bit, haven't had that same type performance in like a bit. But if they can go back to what they were doing, especially with the new addition of Tranks, who like is a ex-teammate of mine, still a good friend, and if he can like fit in well on his roles, I think they could definitely put up a good fight against Avenged. And then the same thing goes for Avenged. If they just keep up the way they were playing in quals, I think this could be probably one of the best matchups of the first round.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because Goober Squad are a team that really started off strong out of the gate. As you mentioned, that second qualifier was one of their better ones. They got 45 points from playing in that one. Whereas Avenged started off a little bit slower, and they took a minute to actually find their footing and start getting up some points. So we'll see who ends up coming out on top. Technically, Avenged are the higher seed, but that doesn't necessarily tell us the result, especially when their seeds are already so close. Our best of 3 will be played on Border, then Oregon, and then Consulates. What do you think about those 3 maps, and I guess how do you think that these 2 teams are going to do on them?
Personally for me, I love Border. It's one of my favorite maps. Oh my god, it's one of my favorite maps. Cause just like it's very balanced. It's like Coastline, very balanced and not really too defender or attacker sided. And I don't really know too much about these teams on on a map like preference, but I personally think like it will be a 3-3 at the half. I think I haven't really seen too much from these teams, but I just think because of how balanced these 2 teams could be if they both play at their best, and also how balanced the map is, it could be a 3-3 half beginning. And then you said it was Oregon Consular, right?
Yes, sir.
Oregon, I have I think it was Goober Squad I saw in Oregon, and I think that was like one of their strong maps, if I believe. I mean, it all comes down to this border map. I think a lot of these teams play off momentum, and if they win the first map and they start off strong, I think that will carry into the next map. So it's all about starting off strong, like even for rounds. Like whoever starts off this game is all about momentum, I feel. Like, you can always come back, like if you always come back from deficits. Look at SSG and G2, they came back 5-1. But on a defender side of map, on a map that's really balanced, momentum is a really big part, in my opinion.
So this was Goober Squad's map.
Okay.
So they are maybe a little bit more likely to start off strong, and that could definitely help them in the momentum side of things.
Being banned is really typical on this map.
Maybe Glaz next? Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Very standard.
Dude, very typical bans for NA.
Any predictions for defensive bans? Mira, maybe?
Mirror and Echo.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a bit different.
I actually should have said Jaeger, because actually I'm seeing Jaeger banned more and more on Border. Even if the Ying is banned, I think they're gonna see a lot of nade ops. I think from Goober, I think we're gonna see a buck and a sledge every round. And I think Mirror will be banned right here. Yeah.
Yep, you are correct.
So I think this should be it. I'm excited to see what Goober brings with the Jaeger being banned. See what they plan to.
Yeah, so we will, let me read off these rosters for anybody not familiar with these 2 teams. On Goober Squad, they're now playing with Trax, Mush, Des, Nightmare, and Ozone. And for Avenged, they have got Six, Squid, Dynasty, Jux, and Lojax. Am I pronouncing all those names right?
Yeah.
Perfect.
And there you see the buck and the sledge, and even the Zofia.
So
they're just kind of interesting.
They're starting on Ventilation Workshop. Now, this isn't something we typically see. I think it's becoming a little bit more popular. But definitely back in the day, it was always you'd start on Armory Lockers.
Yeah. Yeah, most people still do like start on the armory,
Mm-hmm.
but I have seen people start in the vents. I think because it's all like people don't expect it. Usually teams will six pick to a castle, so the attacking side doesn't like think you're gonna go there first. But I feel like bringing the castles again for uh for Goober.
So we'll see how they want to start off with this defense, how they're going to be setting things up. Notably, with the Maestro not being, or sorry, with the Echo not being banned, it's also not being brought out. They're choosing to go for the Maestro instead, as well as the Valkyrie. So they still have quite a bit of those cameras. They still have a lot of that sight, especially with the Pulse. They're going to be playing with him as well. But some of those really powerful operators, notably, not being brought this time.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the loadout here from Goober on this attack. It looks like they're gonna. It looks like they're doing an armor, like a typical army clear, open up the army wall with the thermite. And with having like no Jaeger and four sets or two sets of nades, so four nades overall. All he is. Like.
Well, we'll take a look at what these attackers are up to. At the moment, just sort of droning things. Looks like Nightmare's starting to get aggressive, but 20 seconds in, not a whole lot that they can start to do. They're going to approach the Armory Locker's wall, and this is obviously going to be something that's contested very heavily by the defense. They want to hold on to the top floor, have as much pressure up here for as long as possible, even though it's not where the bomb site is. Holding on to the top floor is really important while you're defending on Ventilation Workshop. So at the moment, this wall will continue to be reinforced. There's no hard destruction denial, so it's going to be a pretty easy open up from Tranks. Nice and simple exothermic charge going to go off, and not a lot they can do with that. Instantly a frag grenade being thrown out by Dez. That might land. It did get the down onto the Maestro. That's a big frag. Dynasty needing to crawl all the way back to his teammates, but he doesn't get finished off. It looks like it was a counter. Dez with 2 grenades. 1 grenade, 2 kills. He's going to get downed himself, but I think he's totally okay with that trade, especially with Ozone getting the headshot onto Squid. This is great for their team. At least just 2 defenders left alive against 5 guys charging towards them down towards site.
Yeah, I just had a little lag. But I'm back now.
Perfect. Well, these guys, they're waiting for the rush to come in. They've already lost a lot of their roamers. Obviously, Lojax and Valkyrie. The Valkyrie's still up top now. I'm not sure if they actually know that 6 is still sitting up here. If not, and it doesn't really seem like they are, he could go for a really sneaky play. You can see the man through the outlines. Yeah. This could be deadly.
Yeah, so Felix says she has no idea that he's in archives. Oh, maybe she got a call. Just be patient. Play the time game.
Oh, doesn't even matter. Just comes up with a gun. That's going to be enough. 6 getting a kill there. Starting to even things out. Still a long way to go, though.
Big pick. They got top control. They're really good pick.
The rest of these attackers, I mean, they're already almost in the bomb site. You can see Tranks almost able to just go for a plan. Is being watched by the Black Eye. Now he's going to start putting it down. We'll see if he gets stopped. Obviously, the Valkyrie C4 still has that in pocket, but with Lojax going down, this is going to be a really tough thing to stop. 1-on-4 in for the retake. Coming back towards the doorway, and Goober Squad shuts it out. They'll take round number 1. That's a little bit surprising. You don't often see the attackers take the very first round, really on any map, just because in this meta defense is generally favored overall, and the fact that they get to choose their starting bomb site really tips things in their favor for round number 1. So you got to be a little bit worried if you're Avenged. Obviously, 1 round in, I mean, you can't read too much off that, and now they get to go to Armory Locker's Archives, generally considered to be the better bomb site. So maybe they'll deal a little bit better with this, but losing their starting round is not great when you're on defense.
I noticed they put 6 on the Vigil. I think he's gonna go from from this loadout that they have, might be a solo roam or helping the pulse below. And if he does have the impacts, they might just be playing for like denial from below. Really, I think so because attackers need to locate and defuse bombs. I just want to see if he has the impacts of the bulletproof. He's a bulletproof, which he very well could. Okay, he's impacts.
So okay. Not going to be pulling out the bulletproof camera, but yeah, if they're playing from down below, I mean, a Pulse and a Vigil certainly would suggest something like that. Not something you often see. A lot of times you'll see, like, all 5 players playing on the top floor and just anchoring down. And it works pretty well most of the time, but interesting that they're going to change it up. Maybe not super comfortable with the standard defense on this primary bomb site.
10 seconds to insertion.
We'll see. I already started off with the round. We'll take a look at what these guys are up to. Just starting to get in through the south balcony. Set up some claymores, standard stuff. I don't believe there's anybody super aggressive. Looks like it's only going to be Jux playing on the first floor. 6 is currently in the security room, but of course, with those impact grenades, he could rotate down at any moment with the hatch in the middle of the room.
I was doing a double hold. They have the Maestro playing box, the ACOG. No, Jaeger, this is really dangerous because you could get easily naded with having no ADS to protect you.
Of course, that banned out, not an operator that they could have chosen. So this is going to make it a little bit more difficult.
Exactly.
And actually, there was a couple of grenade kills in the last match, so maybe that's helping out the attackers quite a bit, banning out that Jaeger when you know you've got a player like Dez who's so good with those frag grenades. Actually really smart that they were able to ban that operator out and let him pop off. Speaking of popping off, Dez is going to push right in and take off 6.
It's a good entry. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, they're really struggling here. Squid barely trying to play around this deployable shield. Doesn't need to get too aggressive. Of course, already on about 25 HP. He's got that yokai as an echo. You don't want to die in this situation. Already 2 teammates down. You want to be alive as long as possible. Might be up to Jux to make something happen for his team because this is certainly not in their favor at the moment.
I don't really know how exactly Dez just kind of walked and got the entry frag, but I mean, he did it. Those are 2 big picks. You take like CC control like that fast. And now they have a minute to go for the execute.
This could actually be really big. Jux with this open hatch. He does still have that nitro cell, but does he have the information as to where the enemies are? Squid, of course, with those yokais, might be able to tell him a little bit. Now he's being flashed. He's got so much pressure on the defuse already coming out. He really can't go on that yokai because he's so scared of being hurt. He might even have the yokai. Okay, he does have it. A little bit too late, though. That's going to hurt him quite a bit. Jux did eventually go for that flank, but Nightmare managed to take him down. That puts us into a 2-on-5. Finally, Squid's going to get 1 for his team. Mush gets taken out, but it's still a 2-on-4. Lojax gets another. Ozone falls, and suddenly there's only 3 attackers. This is getting a little bit dangerous for them, but they still just need to protect this defuser, and that's a nice shot from Dez. Makes it a 3-on-1. Lojax, the last man standing. Very little HP. About half the time left on that defuser. Wants to get the disable off. Peeking into security. This is still going to be really tough from him. There's 3 players, and eventually they just shoot him down. Goober Squad 2-0.
Those are the Avengers, or not Avengers. Yeah, Avenged, sorry. They're 2 bait sites, Vent and Army. They didn't go on off-site. So they have to figure out how to hold this because, I mean, unless they're going to rely on their customs and bathroom, they need to figure out how to hold their main sites because this could be a really lopsided half if they don't fix this.
Certainly,
especially on defense, because you need to win your defensive rounds. It's probably the easiest thing. Even if Jaeger's banned, you still have to find a way to win it.
100%. And I think that Jaeger being banned is not something they were expecting.
Yeah.
Because the way Dez has been playing without that Jaeger in play has just been absolutely incredible. Probably the star player. I mean, we can take a look at the scoreboard. Yeah, 5 kills for him. They're bringing double frag grenades too. They've got the sledge these times as well. So, I mean, the 2 players with frag grenades are the 2 who were top fragging. Not hard to make a connection there. Round number 3, though, Armory Lockers Archives is again going to be the bomb sites, and it's pretty typical. You expect teams to win on this bomb site. The fact they already lost it once, as you mentioned, a little bit concerning. They're going to try it again and again. This should be one where they win. I do like that they're changing things up. They no longer have the Vigil. They no longer have the Pulse. It seems like playing from down below wasn't really working for them. Might be a little bit more anchor playstyle. They're going to be bringing the Bandit. They're going to be bringing the Valkyrie. Maybe not Valkyrie in terms of an anchor playstyle, but a little bit safer and a little bit probably more standard to what we're seeing on this bomb site.
I definitely think bringing the Valk will help. I think they should have stuck the Pulse. My thing is they're bringing the IQ. If it's a good IQ, he'll find the cams. But I think the Pulse could have had a big play there. He didn't even get a C4 off, so that was, I mean, you have to do that. You have to at least get a kill from below. Oh, do you know how he died last round, to be exact?
The Pulse? I think he went for a flank and he got shot.
Right, I think he flanked with the C4 still in hand, too.
Maybe, yeah. So, not ideal. Jux has found an open little window that he's currently watching. Nobody on the other side of that. Let's take a look at these attackers, see what they're up to at the moment. Trank's just starting to approach the building. Des, the man of the hour, the man who's gotten all of the kills for his team, or at least most of them, starting to approach with Mush and crew. Not a lot going on at the moment, though. Ozone notably playing this window, a very powerful position. Oftentimes there's a Blackbeard here or something, and that's why you often see Blackbeard banned on this map, but they're still going with the sledge for those frag grenades.
So this is definitely an office take, so now they're trying a different approach to attack the site. You should see how Avenged can counter it. Maybe they are better against this attack, because last round they did look like they just got ran through.
And I wonder if that's an adaptation from the Goober Squad, if they see, okay, well now there's a bandit, now it's going to be a little bit tougher for us to get in onto Armory Lockers with that wall, but 6 is actually going to get the C4 kill to start things off.
Pick.
Yeah.
It's AC, it's a big pick. Now they're going to have to take one more dude and put him on AC, and make it only 3 people on, like, attacking the site.
Nightmare taking a little bit of damage, losing the gunfight just a tad. And good peek by the defender. Doesn't want to, of course, overcommit to that. Just as I say it, Dynasty will get shot out by Des. So still a 4-on-4, but defender's not in a bad spot with time starting to tick down.
It's also a big pick, taking out the Maestro. It's also a very good pick.
Certainly.
They still do have Echo drones, so if Echo can just play his part and same with Smoke, they can still deny this play. 50 seconds left. We're coming up on ooh, deep bandage.
Yes, he did bandit trick that. So not going to get blown open. That grenade, however, will blow something open at 6.
Bandit.
Oof. And another one. Des with 2 grenades at the same spot right in a row. Gets 2 kills.
3K.
He's so good with these frag grenades. Yeah, that's true. He's gotten every kill for his team so far. Hunting for that ace. Trying to shoot through the soft wall to maybe find it, but the rest of his team thirsty as well. Squid with these echoes. Only 30 seconds. The defense, I mean, they're not in terrible position right now. They just need to survive and deny this plant, which is, as long as they have some yokais, certainly not impossible. Dez gets his 4th kill. Can't quite find the ace. Mush steals it from him, but either way, Goober Squad find the win. It's 3-0.
Yeah, it's 9 kills on the match so far already in 3 rounds for Dez. That's really good. He's definitely fragging out right now.
Quite impressive indeed. He's got more than, is that more than everybody else on the server combined? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Not quite, but he's very quickly approaching that.
What worries me for Avenged, if Goober was planning to have a Jaeger banned, and they know how to attack against it, they might know how to defend without a Jaeger too, and it could just hurt Goober, or sorry, it could hurt Avenged, because like if they can't win these attack rounds, because right now they automatically tied the half, being up 3-0, so they don't have to worry about anything else for their attack, because they'll have it be even. But I do think they're definitely gonna get more attack round. Yeah, Avenged needs to figure out their flaws.
You know, Goober Squad said something on Twitter where they said they were bringing something special and that Avenged better be ready. And I think this Buck strategy is exactly what they were talking about. The way that Dez has been popping off, banning out the Jaeger, very, very smart by them to plan for this and bring it out against Avenged. Because I think Avenged slightly, I mean, I don't think it was predicted to be a roll, but I think Avenged were the team predicted to come out on top. And they're just looking so lost so far in this match.
It's the best out of 3, and this is Goober's map.
Very true.
So definitely don't have to worry about anything on like Avenged. They should. I think they shouldn't be stressing it. They can definitely still. It's only 3-0. They can still come back from this deficit.
100%. And if this is Goober Squad's pocket strat, it's clearly working for them, but they're going to need more than just this. As you mentioned, best of 3, they're going to have to either win on Avenged map or win on the tiebreaker. That's going to be Oregon or Consulate. So it's not over even if they win this. And you know what? It's not over. Avenged can still adapt and they can start to bring this back. But so far, I haven't seen anything that suggests they might start to do that.
Kind of like the 6 on the dock. I think they'll maybe go for more frags, more kind of aggro type plays. I think that's a good way to counter. Because if they're just nading, you don't stand still. Try to peek them.
Nightmare already taken a little bit of damage. I'm not sure if he got spawn peeked maybe by the dock or something. But however it happened. Not the greatest start to him. Not a huge deal, of course. Starting to approach now in towards the bomb site. They have gone back to Ventilation Workshop, notably, so deciding Armory Lockers wasn't working. Going back to the very first bomb site that they tried. And as you mentioned, it is a different operator lineup. 6 could be about to find somebody. He's sitting in archives looking into the offices, looking at the fountain, but at the moment, nobody walking into his crosshair. He'll actually drop back down to site, so deciding they don't want to hold too tightly onto this top floor. Of course, Juck's still up here, and it'll be Dynasty who gets the first kill, also playing on the second floor. Mush falling. Not the biggest deal in the world losing your Zofia, but that's a lot of fragging power off the board.
He is stuck up there, like, unless he rotates to CC, but he is... No way, I don't think he can really get to the hatch to drop without getting shot in a crossfire. So
Yeah.
he is kind of playing his life up there. Not playing his life, he's going to play time and just make them push him.
Very true. If they could just choose to ignore him and go for the bomb site. Obviously, he can come in for a really deadly flank in that situation. But if they can manage to get the number advantage and have somebody just watching for him, that could be big. Or Ozone. Wow, what a shot right in between the bulletproof shield and the locker, threading the needle and destroying some utility because of it.
That was a really nice shot. That was definitely Dynasty's gunfight to win.
That leaves 3 defenders who are left alive. All of them still on the first floor, but Juck's thinking he might want to come in for a rotate. We'll see if that amounts to anything as he begins to flank on the opponents. Of course, his own castle barricade might be a little bit of a hindrance to him in this situation. The other 2 defenders content just to sit back down and watch their angles. He can hear somebody. There's a sledge right on the other side of that. If they had opened up the castle barricade, Juck could have been in a prime position to pounce on him, but unfortunately, that doesn't present itself to him. Some gas canisters being shot off and not looking the right way for just a second. LoJack's been watching that hole for so long. Really poorly timed by him. Yes, indeed. Trank's now going to go for the plant.
15 seconds left. Attackers are active.
Nightmare with a headshot. 4-on-1. And again, this looks like it'll be Goober Squad's round. Juck's going to need to pull out a miracle if he wants to win this. No more impact grenades to play with. He's just going to have to drop down and try to do his best gun work that he possibly can. Gonna drop through the hatch, maybe. Concerned about somebody flanking from him. He's gonna start to go. They see him drop and he loses the gunfight. Dez is on fire.
Wow. 4-0.
That's nuts.
That is the momentum I'm talking about. But if Avenged can just get 2 of these rounds, just 2, make it a 4-2, I really do think they have a good chance to come back on attack if they can play right. But right now, Goober Squad definitely has the momentum. And it doesn't like they're slowing down at all. It's not. They're still hitting their shots and they're winning.
I think
big thing.
if Avenged want to win this match after the half swap, they need to show that they are just as proficient with those frag grenades as Dez has been, and even Ozone. You know, having those frag grenades, being able to put on that pressure. They need to use the ban that Goober Squad brought against them. Obviously, they're not going to be as prepared for it. Goober Squad clearly went in this match with that in mind. That they were going to ban the Jaeger, they're going to utilize frag grenades as much as possible, but Avenged need to be able to adapt as soon as they swap that half and prove that they are just as good with grenades as Goober Squad, and that's not an easy feat, obviously. Just look at the scoreboard.
Yeah, Dez is definitely putting in work right now, and
Attackers have located a bomb.
Avenged needs. I mean, they have a lot of frag players in the team. I know they do. They're just not playing at their best. I think they're just getting warmed up. I definitely think they'll be better. Hopefully the second half. Oh, or now, maybe. They're going in offsite.
That they are, and this is Tellers, is it? Yeah, this is bathroom Tellers. So, we'll see how this one works out for him. What's your opinion between the 2 offsites? Because there's a lot of difference in opinions between which is better between this one and Custom Supply.
I mean, honestly, both of them, in my opinion, I think they're both good sites. Because if you have like good strats, like they're not good to just pug. You can't really just pug it. But if you have strats, you practice it, they're good sites. If you have set like plays and places to play at, they can really be good sites. But I still think like Jaeger on border, especially nades, are really good. And when there's no Jaeger, there's so many places defenders are at where they get stuck and they're gonna get naded. There's so many corners and places to just sit at. It's a very like a big. It's just that's the map, in my opinion.
Right.
I think having those nades really are a huge like handicap towards Avenged not having Jaeger.
Another big thing on border is no matter what the site is, you really need top floor control. Right now, Avenged have got 4 players sat up top here, and they're going to want to hold on to this as long as possible. Juck's priming a C4. There is nobody on the other side of that. If he chooses to throw it, will be a mistake, unless whoever that is on the other side of the wall decides to walk right into it.
Sophia might. She could catch a C4 to the face here.
Yeah.
Looks like she's just making sure no one flanks her. She might go 90 and open up that double door, but I mean, it looks like they're going for a typical like army take, trying to push them out of army, and then they might have someone sit break and watch like 90 Hall. Oh, they open up back fountain. That's actually that's a smart play.
Ooh, this is another one of those frag grenades. A little bit of damage, not a whole lot. Oh, but what are you doing? Lojax is gonna get downed, yeah.
So that was smart for them to open up back fountain. They didn't cast. They cast off metal, so it was just a freebie. They had 90 control.
A lot of pressure being put on the offices right now. They're actually trying to pick up Lojax. They will be able to get the revive. That's huge for them. That's going to make it a 5-on-4 favoring them this time rather than where it was just a few seconds ago. 4 attackers still trying to get into the offices, still trying to break this top floor hold. And I believe still 4 defenders sitting up here holding strong.
It's a very good round, or it looks like it's going to be a good round for Avenged. If they can just keep holding this and they know how to play the time and still keep this man advantage. Because they can drop here. I wouldn't drop them now, but I would definitely have some people start dropping the next 10-15 seconds and play around the site.
Squid and Nightmare both going to trade out. That's a 1-for-1 kill. Jux's getting another one onto Tranks. This is a 2-on-4. They do have the defuser in the bomb site, though, and this could actually be huge. I'm not sure there's anybody really in position to stop that. Dynasty peeking forward, but he's really not in a position to find Mush, who's playing the defuser. He will get it off, and that actually favors the attackers quite a bit, but it's a 1-on-3. Dez, best player in the game so far. Will he lose this gunfight, though? It's very dangerous. Yes, he will. And that'll be finally a round on the board for Avenged.
We'll play from 6 there. Just Buck missed his beginning shots, and then shotgun on the mute's better. We're killing people on the Buck.
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser.
So surprising. It took them going to an offsite for them to actually win a round on defense. That's not something you'll often see when you're playing on border.
I had a feeling it was going to be like that. I feel like probably Goober expects more people to not go their offsites and win them. And then, I don't know. I don't know. Not having nades, I feel like it would be really hard to hold offices because they're so condensed in there. But I mean, they capitalized off it, and they got the refrags. It was a good round for Avenged.
So they're gonna stick with Ventilation Workshop for their final round on defense.
Blitz.
Yes, that'll be interesting. Do you think he sticks it, or is he 6 picking?
I think he's gonna stick it.
Nah, I bet he's picking off of it.
No Legion, he could stick it. I don't know if he's getting blitz though. Oh, well, there's the Legion.
There's Legion, yeah. He's thinking about it. Oh, he's sticking it. Okay, I'm excited.
If you have a good shield player on a blitz, it can be very scary, especially on this map, because if you can just clear out the dudes up top, you take top control. And when you see a blitz coming at you, your reverse reaction is just to drop, because you can't take that one-on-one fight. It's so hard to win, especially when he has teammates behind him watching his cross.
This whole map so far has been scary for Avenged. You've got frag grenades coming at you at all sides. Nothing you can do to stop them. And you're going to have to deal with a blitz who's charging forward. Obviously, of course, Squid on the Legion going to be one of the best counters that you can get to a shield. Obviously, a pretty smart 6 pick for him. But is it going to be enough? They are choosing to stick with the Vigil, which we saw them pull out one time, of course. Didn't quite work out for them. But that was when they were on Armory Lockers, wasn't it?
Yeah, I believe it was.
So before he was playing Insecurity, we'll see if he plays similarly. I doubt it, because he's currently in offices and they probably aren't extending their roam that far whilst defending on the bottom floor.
I definitely would not play Security with Jaeger being banned, because, again, no Jaeger.
Right.
I think 6 might go for a run out here. You're expecting an East push, which it doesn't look like it is an East push.
Yeah, he's in position. He's broken the window. We saw him a little bit ago. So he could go for that run out, but as you mentioned, I don't believe anybody is there. We can see a bunch of blue outlines over towards the west side, so more than likely not going to be fruitful if he attempts it, and once he gets that info, probably will call it off. Starting to have Ozone and Des take control of the southwest side of the map, work their way onto this top floor, and Nightmare starting to scout forward for his team. It wasn't a 6 pick onto a blitz, so they're going to know that this is coming, unless they predict the 6 pick, but it's certainly going to be in their minds, and well, this might be getting scary for Avenged.
Is Nightmare gonna... Okay, I thought he was gonna push in on the thermite charge, but he's just sitting there waiting. Just waiting for the moment.
I think he's waiting for Dez to clear out some more utility. The frag grenade really start droning for him. Now he'll start to make his advance. Sees a few people, but he's not playing this super aggressively as a blitz. This has been very cautious so far.
Just waiting for the right moment, or waiting for someone that's droning. Tell him when to go.
Ozone on the first floor actually going to get the initial kill onto the castle. The rest of his teammates still up top, and that might be a kill.
Oh.
Dez looking for it, but an unfortunate miss.
Missed it a little too much.
Squid's going to drop after that. It just leaves 6 and Dynasty up on the top floor to try to fight this. And this could be dangerous. 6 almost in close quarters with a blitz.
Yeah, this is.
Although, they're doing a lot of damage to him. Nightmare maybe.
Could get a crossfire here.
Ooh, yeah, he'll
Here's
go
a
down.
crossfire. That's a good pick. I don't think they actually droned him because I think he was using his ability when they did drone. So they may not have known he was there. And that's probably why he got that cross.
Right.
So it was a good play by 6.
Looks like the rest of the attackers, I mean, they're splitting their focus. A lot of them are still facing downwards, but they can't forget about these guys up top because Dynasty and 6, while they're not currently pushing, they don't have a lot of time left.
30 seconds. Yeah. And it's a 4v4. This is looking really good for the defenders. Especially they have no more smokes because the blitz is dead.
Tranks is going to be the one who goes for the plant. He's just about to walk into the vents.
Right
Ventilation
on the
room.
desk.
Here he goes for the plant.
Could deny this from above. I don't think no one is even going for it. Yeah, he got this plant.
It's nice and safe. Squid on very little HP. Almost lost that gunfight. Ozone's actually been popping off. That was almost an
4K.
ace for him. Yeah, that was crazy. This time it's going to be Dez who steals it away from him. They're trading these trades back and forth.
I think one of the biggest, a problem with that hold is they get the blitz, but they fell all the way back to office, and they just left the buck in armory, and they went for an easy plant. They went for an easy plant and vent, and no one really there to like stop the plant because there's only a Legion in sight, and he doesn't have any smokes or C4s to deny plan. And he got picked off by Ozone, and no one in army to deny vertically, so it was basically free.
So Goober Squad,
Free.
they only need 2 more rounds in order to take the very first map. And these attackers, they are, adapting to the bans that have been presented to them. Dynasty on the buck, Jux on the sledge. It's almost an identical lineup to what we saw being brought a lot of the time from Goober Squad. The Thatcher, I was going to say, well, the only thing that we would see a lot.
I would bring like a Zofia for the Maestros.
Yeah.
My opinion.
I guess it's the sledge, but...
Oh, wait, yes. So, and I'm really happy actually 6 pick off the Thatcher because there's no need for a Thatcher on this map. When there's no Jaeger because you can just nade anyone bandit tricking or nade the bandits off.
Yeah, not like you see bandit too often anymore. Of course, we saw it one time in the last half.
Like, not turn out well for them.
Yeah. Picking Armory Lockers, though, is their first site, as we were kind of talking about, a little bit more standard. Generally thought to be the best bomb site. Of course, wasn't one at all. How many times did they lose this? They lost it twice, rounds 2 and round 3. So,
Team Ozone and Ozone. Sorry, I meant Goober. I was looking at Ozone. Let's see if Goober, if they can. I mean, if they have like a strat for playing without a Jaeger and playing against these nades and seeing where they position themselves. Looks like a very typical setup though, except they are gonna. They're gonna play CC, I think.
alright. They're getting detected outside, catching themselves in the doorways.
I'm confused on what's happening right now. But they're definitely gonna be impact tricking the wall. That's why they opened that. So.
Right, yeah, they got Mush playing outside of it with the impact grenades. Legion not too far either. That's Nightmare playing them. So I think you're spot on with that. Interesting cameras not being found.
Yeah, IQ is. She should find this.
Room. Yeah, not actually outside right now, so maybe just ran right past it. It was a little bit late from Dez to run those out.
They should know. Yeah, they do. They do know a cam's out there.
Okay.
She was detected, so.
Yeah, 6 will go try to find those and presumably won't have too much trouble with the electronic scanner. The rest of the attackers starting to make their way forward. Dynasty was droning on that first floor now. Of course, there are no roamers who are down there. But it's going to be very important to get that bottom floor control, especially when you got guys like Buck who can fire up and make a lot of difficult decisions for the defenders.
They're already half the round gone. Nothing has really happened between any of the attackers and defenders, other than drones. It's a very slow, patient attack here from Avenged.
Yeah, they're taking their time. Maybe they don't know what to do. Maybe they're a little bit scared. I mean, when we saw the same thing from Goober Squad, they just sort of charged forward and let their buck destroy everything. with
Yeah,
grenades.
they have a lot of confidence.
Oh yeah. This looks like a little bit of hesitation. I don't know if this is all planning. This is slightly worrying, especially when we saw the IQ not able to get those cameras that were outside for so long. She had to waste more time, go outside, re-get them. It just seems like they don't really know what they're doing.
And they haven't even really attempted to buck that wall open or even throw nades to really get these people out of their positions. So I'm really confused on why they're stalling so much.
Yeah, I mean, looks like Dynasty's thrown one frag grenade. Jux has thrown both of his, but they have not been connecting. A little bit of damage on a Nightmare was probably from a grenade. He'll throw his own grenades out, try to get some.
No one's watching. They got mush, but
He's going to get picked right back up. He's not in any trouble at all.
yeah, they should have definitely went for the nade. Mush. You can't get the wall open though. So that is
That's something.
good.
But 30 seconds in, I think you need a little bit more than that. They're going to have to start really trying to rush this and get a little bit sloppy. There's still those Evil Eyes they got to worry about. There's still those Yokais, which they're going to have to worry about. There's a lot of plant denial. The Legion's just going to run right across, leave himself very open. Maybe thought it was a little bit safer in that smoke, but we'll get cleaned up easily by Squid. He's laying on the ground. Six is going to get another one, actually, so this is pulling it back. Six with another kill. Oh, with the pistol, Six! Oh, takes down Mush, the final one. He's just looking for the Echo. Oh! But he's going to stop the plant. That might be enough. Yes, it will. Goober Squad. They take round number 7. That is a tragic way to lose it.
What is IQ doing, man? Gotta go for
Getting frags, I guess.
He got those frags, but like he did have time there.
Mm-hmm.
He did have time, but those are really big frags from Six, and those are frags you usually see from him on attack, getting those impact frags. But you gotta remember you're on IQ, and you gotta remember to get those Echo Drones because it's really big.
Yeah, it was very impressive. Maybe got caught up a little bit in the heat of the moments. Got some kills, lost the round. So, in the end, it doesn't quite matter. Ozone has managed to tie Dez in terms of frags, notably. That's 22 kills between them, and that's got to be more than the rest of the server combined. Absolutely insane performance by the two players playing with frag grenades.
Trank's out here, only the one with one death. He's playing his life. He's doing his job, playing the support role.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 1 and
It's
1
good
is
to
not a
see him
bad
not
record.
dying.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I love my boy Tranks.
Hey, at the end of the day, the only score that matters is the one at the very top, 6-1. So.
Well, yeah. I mean, because you got Ozone and Dez just ripping through. Really big picks. Especially Dez, because he really started off this momentum.
Oh, yeah. They have not lost control. Of course, one round going in favor of Avenged, but overall, the tone of this match has been totally shifted in favor of Goober Squad since the very beginning. They knew what they were doing. They had a solid plan being brought into this map. And at this point, Avenged might just want to start thinking about the next one.
Avenged just looked lost ever since, like, not the Jaeger, they just didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
I don't think they were planning for this at all. Because we do see this strat a lot by Toons, always banning the Jaeger.
Mm-hmm.
They always bring, like, Glaz or a Ying, or sometimes both if they're able to get it.
Right.
But you have seen teams do this, and also the teams in Pro League ban Jaeger. I forgot which pro team it is, but there are teams that do ban Jaeger consistently. It looks like Goober might just be taking that out of one of their playbooks.
And it's working so well for them. I mean,
It is. Good strat.
yeah, absolutely. So with Avenged, you're going to need 5 in a row to force it overtime, and then pray that they get attack on the coin flip, because that has been winning every single round except for 1 so far. Or sorry, except for 2. But what do you think? Is this going to be more of a... Well, obviously they're going to try to clear out this upstairs, but now they're looking to get into offices, clear out these guys as fast as they can.
I mean, as long as they don't stall, if they just play this more aggressive, I think they'll be fine. They just have to be confident and not stall.
There are 3 defenders up here.
Because there's a difference between going for a plant in the last 10 seconds and pushing, than just looking lost. And Avenged looked lost.
Oh,
It
no.
didn't look like they were planning.
Well,
That's a good pick by Six, getting the pulse.
yeah, absolutely. That's one of the guys down on the first floor, too, so probably caught him off guard. Maybe he's still on his electronic scanner or something. Oh, actually, it was 6.
That's a good nade.
Woo!
And he should be able to get another free nade on the alibi, or Sledge should get over there and nade him now. They have marks on him, so they know he's there.
Yeah, they've got all the pings that they need, and there we'll go.
Got the trade.
Nightmare and Lojack's both going to get a kill. Nightmare falls for it. So only 2 defenders.
Big attack.
Oh, yeah.
Looking like a very much more confident Avenged right here. They definitely know what they're doing.
Ozone very dangerous. Almost got shot through the bars, but Manages to rotate just in time. And are they both going for a flank? Just Dez. This could be deadly. If anybody can pull this off, it might be Dez. 7-second thoughts, though.
I believe in Dez right now. It's Dez and Ozone last two alive. That's the dynamic duo right now for Goober. So if any two people could win this round, I think it'd be Dez and Ozone. But Avenged should not lose this round. If they lose this round, that will be detrimental to their mental state right now.
Both defenders playing off site, so I don't think they have great idea of where either of them are. They're throwing a few shots at Ozone. I think they did see him, so he's maybe in a little bit less of a good spot. Yeah, low jacks that long range, takes him down with the ACOG.
You really need to peek out into that. Oh, he just got, yeah. So okay. They were just kind of positioned a little weirdly. But at the end of the day, it was 2v4. You have to go for picks. So I do see why Ozone would peek that, is you have to go for the picks. But SMG-11, it's a rough gun to take.
For sure. So, likely going to try Ventilation Workshop again. Yeah, pretty standard. I do worry for Avenged still, though, because while they got one, and even if they get this next one, then they got to go back up to Armory Lockers. And Goober Squad, I mean, they did look beatable on that.
Yeah, definitely.
But you know,
played the Echo perfectly.
Yeah, for sure. Still, though, it's a very defensive-sided bomb site typically, and it seems to be the one that Goober Squad favor the most. So, should they want to, I mean, they could just defend that for the rest of the game after this round, at least until it ends.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Round number 9, and Nightmare's going on to the Ella. This is not an operator we see very often. What do you think Nightmare's going to be trying to do with this character?
Attackers have located a bomb.
I think they're gonna go from like another confident, aggressive play, because Ella is a really good operator for going for aggressive plays.
Mm-hmm.
His name is Nightmare 3K. He has a 3K in the end of the name. I'm expecting a 3K out from Ella. So, but no, on a serious note, I do think that they will go for more aggressive plays right here. I don't know if you can hear my dog barking in the background by chance.
I cannot, so don't worry about that stuff.
Okay. Alright, that's why I muted my mic for a second.
No, I would not be upset about a dog joining as the guest stream, though.
I'll get her in here.
So starting to approach, they're going to have to deal with an Ella, they're going to have to deal with the standard lineup that the rest of the crew are bringing, but it looks like there's already pretty aggressive couple of shots being fired towards this meeting room or break room door. Oh, and Juck's a little bit poorly timed. He almost had a kill. Oh, and almost got it anyways.
Does light much up to about 40-ish HP.
Mm-hmm.
I think the fight with the MPX is very, unless you can, if you hit the headshot, it's good, but if you're not hitting the head, the gun is a pea shooter.
Yeah, it's not the greatest weapon in the game, that's for sure. Especially without the ACOG, long range. That's risky. You got to be confident.
Only gun I would probably take from my long range is like Jaeger's gun if it's on ACOG.
Yeah.
Because like most of these guns don't do that much damage long range. Some do though. There are exceptions.
Yeah, Ozone might be about to come in for a flank. He does get droned out though, so definitely gonna fall off of that position, deciding he doesn't want any of that noise. Mush still on the top floor, along with most of his team really. But Trank's gonna drop down, and he might be able to come in for a flank as well. It'll be 6 to get the
6
first
got
kill.
another pick, man. Good job, 6.
Is he their best player right now? Oh yeah, by far. 10
Yeah,
kills.
he is doing his thing. Definitely not as slow as the first round on attack for Avenged, but it is slower than last round. But they're really going for horizontal control, not really vertical. Ozone's in an interesting position here.
Oh yeah.
As a smoke, playing really aggro as a smoke.
Ooh. Oh, I mean, he catches somebody off guard, but he still might lose this gunfight with a shotgun squid.
17 bullets.
Yeah.
17 bullets.
That's why you don't often see smokes going for those plays.
Yeah, I think he should stay at site, especially when they still have top control. Nothing to worry about.
Avenged got some feet under them at this point. It's a 5v2, just Tranks and Dez left alive. Of course, those two players, very different kill scores at the moment, but certainly both could do some work. We'll see.
If Dez is alive, it's still winnable.
Certainly.
And I've seen Tranks do some crazy shit, like crazy stuff on Castle. He's done some, like when I was on, he's done some crazy stuff on Castle, so I'm not doubting that either.
We've got Jux playing from up top, trying to scare him out, but what? He's gonna get the knife. All right, that's something crazy.
ADS that shrink.
Eventually gets killed by Squid though, and it's gonna be a 1-on-4. Dez needs the 4K, and he's likely gonna need the defusal too.
Yeah, it's looking like another good attack from Avenged.
He's just got to start taking chances at some point. Almost got some damage down through the soft wall, but I don't think that was ever going to result in a kill. Firing forward. Very little HP. Time's still ticking down for him. He's got, I think, 3 players up above to deal with. Not even looking at the right angles. Eventually, 6 shuts him down, and Avenged still on the board, still in the game.
So we know they can attack events
Mm-hmm.
really well. Horizontal, vertical, whatever they want to attack it. They went for they adapted. They didn't go for the same push, and they kind of let them keep vertical till like 50 seconds left, and then they pushed. I think it was Jukes up there, a sledge. So that was a good adaptation for not repeat like themselves.
But now here's the problem.
It's Armory.
Yes. Armory
They definitely can win this. They definitely can come back from this if they can figure out their Armory attack. They just need to get the Echo Drone, and they need to not stall as much because they could have definitely had more time to plan if they didn't stall to last like 20 seconds. But Nightmare and Vigil could be an issue if they don't roam clear because he could come up on a really big lay flank if they don't have someone on drone or flank watching.
Yeah, I think this was worrying because, yes, that first one was close. And even if you can say, like, all right, Avenged were looking like the better team in round number 7, which I think overall they were looking like the better team. It was just the Echo who pulled it out at the very end. They've got 3 chances to do that again. They can keep coming back to Army Locker's archives for the rest of the game up until overtime. So Goober Squad, they just need to pull out something like that one more time. They've got 3 chances to do it. Still pretty likely. However, I'm not going to discredit Avenged too hard here. They have started to pull it back. 2 rounds in a row for them. It's a good start.
It's gonna be a very big round. Every round from round will be really big, but this, if they win this round, this looking like hope.
6 pick to Rook. That might be a spawn peak.
Maybe. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. Spawn peaks are actually really good on this map.
Mm-hmm.
But 3 ACOG is definitely good.
Oh, yes. Interesting he's choosing to go for the Rook over the Dock. Any reason why you might think you want to go for this French operator over the other?
10 seconds left before insertion.
He might be roaming, I mean, both are good for roaming, but maybe they just need the impact to impact trick. If they're gonna impact trick again. They did impact trick last time they go Armory.
Yep.
But if he is spawn peak and he dies early, I mean, he still got his utility, so.
Very true. So he's going for the spawn peak, but nobody's spawning towards the east.
He's just waiting.
I like the aggression coming out from Goober Squad. I'm not sure Avenged is even aware that aggression's coming out, but they're trying it.
I like that they're not slowing down at all. Even though they've lost a few rounds here, they're still playing with full confidence. That's a good sign.
Yeah, Nightmare's still on the roam as well. That Rook armor might help him out a little bit too, as he's playing pretty far from his teammates all down on the first floor. Nobody here for him to find it just yet, though. We'll take a look at what these attackers are up to. In security room is Jux making a few little poke holes. Dynasty as well, starting to work his way towards this big wall. And this is going to be their primary target to start things off. Low Jacks. Nice and simple. Nothing to deny him here. Careful you don't nade yourself.
Okay, they get the wall open a lot earlier this time. Oh my. Nice shot from Ozone.
Oh yes, not a fight you want to be losing if you are Dynasty. That leaves just 4 attackers left to get themselves in this match, in this map. Might slow things down a little bit here, especially without your buck. That's going to be 1 frag grenade gone. He did throw his first one. Juck still has both of his, so not like they're hurting in terms of utility. Here comes the first one from the sledge. Nope.
We've definitely seen more nade kills from Dynasty than Juke.
Yes.
I think that's because Dynasty does have a lot more experience, and I think he might have more experience even with nades in general, because I think his Dynasty was in Pro League at one point.
Mm-hmm.
And same with Trank, so both teams have a lot of experience, especially Goober.
Jock's well, he was in a bit of a risky spot. There were a couple of players who could have peeked him. Still one now trying to fire in on him. Of course, player advantage slightly in favor of Goober Squad, but as this time ticks down, that's going to be more and more important. Avenged, they started off like pretty quickly. They opened this wall really fast, but since then they haven't done really anything. Like,
Yeah, this is actually looking very scary for Avenged. Like this could be a map going towards Goober here if they don't start to. If Six doesn't do some crazy stuff and go for those impacts, he got the Echo Drone this time, so that's good. He did get the Echo Drone.
one of them. There's still another one that is alive. You can see Tranks is just pulling it over now, but it's behind the wall, so there's nothing Six can do about it right at the moment. LoJax takes down Mush, makes it a little bit closer to an even scoreline as they'd already lost their Capitao.
And they still have someone half wall and a C4 below. There's 15 seconds left.
15 seconds left.
You have to just go.
Yeah, Six needs to win this gunfight, and he needs to win it very quick. Great shot by LoJax, takes down Ozone. Some really nice pressure. They're going to start getting forward. Jux is going to get one. Jux gets two. This is very doable. It's again just Tranks in the 1-on-3, and this time he doesn't have the Echo Drone, and he's going to get shot down. Avenged. Amazing. Barely take that round. They pull it back in the last few seconds.
Again, I really don't know how you. I don't know. I'm speechless. I don't know if it wasn't called on the Echo Drone that Thermite and IQ were both pushing. In that case, if it was called, I hope it was. Then I think because Maestro can't win that gunfight. He needs someone to help him. So he can't fight IQ and Thermite. Someone needs to come over from Sandwich and get the IQ or the Thermite on the cross. But no one did, and it left. And that kill on the half wall is when they started getting the momentum. And you saw LoJax. He didn't go for the plan immediately. He pushed up and make sure like that no one was near there. And also Tranks using his Echo Stun kind of compromised him because now they know where the Echo Drone is.
Right.
And they could have got the plan off if they didn't kill him.
Yeah, that would have been kind of nuts if Tranks was able to get 2 rounds defending on that bomb site just because he was able to keep the Echo Drone alive. But at least this time, you know, Six kept his head on him. Was able to take down the Yokai, which is probably something he should have been able to do in the first round. But maybe got a little bit carried away. This time he's making sure that doesn't happen again to him. They'll have another shot, though. Of course, as we mentioned, they're going to be able to go back to Armory Lockers as many times as they want. I could see them deciding to change it up if they like lose this really dominantly. Maybe try one of the offsites or something. I don't really see them going back to Ventilation Workshop because they lost that pretty hard both times. But whatever they feel comfortable with, either playing this for a 3rd time if they lose it, or going back downstairs, they have options.
10 seconds remaining.
So I mean, that's a good round from Avenged time.
Yes.
I mean, I have hope that they can take this in overtime, but it has definitely been an attack. As I was saying in the beginning, how this should be balanced. Obviously, not having a Jaeger makes this very lopsided. But even still, not having a Jaeger, Goober still looks like most of the rounds that they are better, except for like one or two of these rounds, they still like they are better. But comes down to these impact plays with the last like 10 seconds that could change the round.
I will say it can kind of get to you, right? If you go in like 5-1 after the half swap, you just think, okay, a couple more rounds, especially when it gets to 6-1. You're thinking one more round, easy peasy, and then you start losing. You've lost 3 in a row now. This might start to get in the Goober Squad head, and I'm a little bit worried about where their mental state's at right now because they could be getting nervous.
Yeah, I 100% agree. You've seen it happen. I mean, I've seen it happen playing against teams that like have came back against me or thrown against me. Against like when you have big leads, it just happens. Like most experienced teams will close it out, but I mean, Goober definitely has a lot of experience individually, but as a team, I don't think they have a lot of experience together because they haven't been a team for the longest time, to my knowledge.
Yeah, technically this team played last season Challenger League, but it's a very different roster, so you can't count that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the name did, but I don't think any of these players are on it, right?
I don't think so, no.
Yeah, so they definitely have experience individually, but it does take team experience to be able to ferment those type of stuff. And I would think at least.
It's been a very slow attack. Nobody has died. We're already at 1:20 left in this round. And that usually isn't a good thing for the attackers.
At least you'd see 6 here on his IQ scanner. Although not right now, but he was earlier. So he is looking for the drones. I like that. Getting them early so he can go for frags late game. I think that's good for him because he can get those late round frags.
Interesting, Trank still has one of those yokais in the pocket. So really doesn't want to risk it being taken down by 6 to start this off.
Pull out the Redeemer strat.
And 6, as you mentioned, he is hunting for those yokais. Hasn't found the first one yet. I think Tranks has been playing pretty smart with it behind these metal walls that you cannot shoot through. Because he's obviously aware 6 is going to be hunting for those. And here's the first engagement. It will be Jux coming on top. That takes down the flanking Nightmare. Not a lot of utility taken off the board, but a good gun, a good ability to flank.
Again, 30 seconds left, 5v4.
Yeah.
2 echoes still up and 3 smokes. Or not 3 smokes. 2 smokes. 1 smoke.
Ooh. Catching that off is going to be big, but he
Wow.
dies anyways.
Jukes.
Jux.
Good. It's a good. It's a big push. And they did get the diffuser down. Wow.
Okay.
C4 still in hand.
Protect the diffuser. Position
Yeah, no, still hasn't used it. Playing from down below. They've got these phone calls coming out that they're going to have to deal with consistently throughout the rest of this attack. Trank's coming in, maybe not looking the right direction. He's got players on both sides of him he's got to deal with. This is a really tough spot to be in as any operator. Des might come up and try to help him out, firing through the soft wall if at all possible. Tranks will get the headshot on a low Jackson. Des gets another one. It's all of a sudden a 2-on-2. This is very winnable for the defense or attackers. Again, needing to stay in this map. Des takes down Squid, and it's all up to 6 to defend this bomb, defend this diffuser. Needs to win this gunfight. Doesn't do it, though, and that'll be it. Map number 1 going in favor of Goober Squad, 1-0.
That is something.
defenders have disabled
Very
bomb.
close map, though. They started to bring it back there on Avenged.
Wow, yeah, I don't think we had anyone on AC, which you should have had someone on AC if you didn't, because you play in concrete. Just have them say AC. They just positioned themselves pretty poorly, and they just kind of gave them 1v1s. They lost their. They just basically Avenged lost their ones. If Jukes doesn't die in CC, they win the round.
So we're going to take a very short break here. We're going to go to some music, but don't go anywhere because map number 2, Oregon, coming up shortly. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for map number 2 of Goober Squad versus Avenged. Sadly, due to stream issues, we are back to the solo cast. Thank you very much to Astor for casting that first map with me. Unfortunately, it's just every time I try to duo cast, it doesn't end up working. The stream really hates it. So, I know there were issues. Those should all be fixed now. Please complain in chat if they weren't. But we're moving on to Oregon. Ying is going to be the first one banned. Goober Squad have opted to start on attack. This was, of course, Avenged map. And if you missed it, then you should look at the top of your scoreboard and see that Goober Squad won it. I believe the scoreline was 7-4. Had a very dominant first half and almost lost it. Started to slip away from them for a minute. They brought it back, though. Ying and Glau is going to be the two operators banned out for the attackers. Very common. Probably the most two common operators we see banned on attack, and the Lion is perma-banned. Also important to note that the two new operators, I guess 4 new operators at this point, all not allowed to be played. There was a lot of controversy about that, because initially this tournament was supposed to have the previous season's operators. But thankfully that was overturned, because nobody actually expected to play with those, and everybody was practicing without them, and that would have been a real bad time. We're good, though. Maestro Mirror, the last 2 bans. Now, we saw, of course, last time Goober Squad pulled out this Jaeger ban, and that was huge for them. Super influential. They absolutely killed it with the frag grenades, and Avenged looked totally caught off guard by that. This time, Jaeger's going to be available, and Jocks will get immediately onto that. And they'll choose to defend on Kids' Dorms to start things off. Kids' dorms indeed. All right, so still Dez sticking with the buck. Absolutely expected. He killed it. Ooh, maybe not. Okay. Knows that the Jaeger's being pulled out, so those frag grenades not going to be as simple to land on the enemy. So 6 picking off of it. Instead, going to go for that Jackal. Makes the Jaeger a little bit less important. Of course, I mean, if you're still happy to have a Jaeger, I'll stop a lot more utility than just frag grenades. And, you know, he's got a good gun. A solid all-around operator to play as. So Juke's not sad to be playing as that operator. It's not like they're forced into it because of the buck or anything. Defending on Kids' Dorms, pretty common. I think probably the basement's a little bit more common. I don't know. They're very good, both the bomb sites, Kids' Dorms and the basement. Maybe very good is not the correct terminology, but they're definitely playable. A lot better than the other 2. Let's say that. So unsurprising to see them starting up on that bomb site. They're going to be playing 6 on the Pulse. We saw a lot of Pulse over on Border. Pulse on Border, one of those operators where you'll sometimes see it. It's really team dependent. If they like playing with Pulse, which both these 2 teams did, then it can be quite powerful. But of course, a good IQ player can shut that down really nicely. And we saw a lot of play from that, specifically from 6 in the last matchup too. So find somebody down there on the first floor. Who else is roaming with him? Jukes is downstairs, and Dynasty playing in the kitchen. So leaves only the Smoke and the Echo, the 2 operators who you want to have up top. Just going to leave them sitting upstairs there. Getting ready to attack these defenders is, of course, a Goober Squad. So Ozone on the Ash, interestingly not an operator we saw too much of. I think mostly because you could bring that Zofia, which we saw a little bit of. But Ash has been very prevalent in the past few months. Now in the garage, about to peek forward. They're trying to get in the meeting hall. That's the first priority, to get these roamers off of the top floor. Trank's not the same priorities. He's, of course, upstairs alongside Mush, who's also working towards this. They're really just trying to get that that walk-in closet opened up so they can start to go for that plant. Trank's big support player, really somebody who wants to get in, play the objective. It's going to be tough with these bandit batteries, but I think he's opting... Okay, he's got somebody down below who's shooting those. Dynasty nowhere near in a position to trick those, although he does still have a shock wire in his pocket. Likely not going to use that. Maybe if he lives really late and decides to just throw it down somewhere, but probably going to die with it. Or get a 5K, one of the 2. Duke's still creeping around in the bathroom quarter, and they're really putting a lot of pressure on this first floor. 6 down here as well. Or sorry, he's actually rotated up into the watchtower. Interesting play by him to go really far off site. They're looking for these attackers. It's been a very slow attack because they've been really scared of these guys who have been roaming all over the map. Ozone's still running outside. They're now starting to focus a little bit more on the bomb site. They have managed to open it up. I saw Trank started to blow this open as soon as the bandit batteries got taken care of. Nightmare up here. I believe it's almost everybody. They've just got Mush, who's not currently up in that closet area, and Ozone as well, playing by the main entrance. The other three still looking to get in. Of course, that yokai drone being played by Squid. Last time it was Tranks who's playing most of it, but now he's getting onto his gun. And he's trying to deal some damage. So a lot of smoke coming out from the Capitao, though. Mush is going to be able to put some cover in for Tranks, who gets the first kill, but eventually gets traded off. Lojax is the headshot on him. Dez trades it right back, though. Lojax falls. That's a 4-on-3. 22 seconds. The defender's starting to fall apart. Dez, another one. He's been so good in this matchup. Dynasty takes down his teammate, though. Ozone, the other top fragger, on the side of Goober Squad in the last map. Dynasty trying to get the C4 toss. Oh, no. Hits the bars. He doesn't want that to happen, and because of it, the defuse will get planted. Just leaves Squid and Dynasty in a 2-on-3, about to come in a really bad position, fighting into the, oh yeah, Dez in perfect position to shut down Dynasty. Dynasty basically just hoping that nobody would be there, and Dez gets another one. How many kills was that for him? 4K immediately start this off, and Dez looking just as good as he did on Border. Laundry supply room is going to be the next one. So they're immediately deciding to change it up. As I mentioned, both those bomb sites pretty good, pretty equal. So it's nice that they're able to rotate. Saying, okay, top floor didn't work, we'll go down to the very bottom. They've brought a very frag-heavy lineup. They've got Jukes on the dock. I was going to say they have Dynasty on the Valkyrie. Switching over to Mute. Still could be playing that pretty aggressively. They've got 6 on the Vigil, another operator who can really take it to the enemy. Do a lot of flanking. I wonder how many they're going to be playing up top then. Probably they're going to have at least 2 in the meeting hall, sort of the tower area. Certainly they could have 2 in the meeting hall, 1 in the tower. They might extend the roam over to kitchen, something like that. Probably not, though. We see 6 starting to reinforce this. We'll see if it gets fully reinforced. Maybe he could open up a little rotation hole for him, but probably going to reinforce it fully. Yeah, that'll be the play. Dynasty doing his very best to make sure that Thermite can't open this by planting it on the wall and using that explosion radius to take care of the hatch as well. And he's now going to put this very important mute jammer downstairs. There it is. To stop that hatch from being blown open. 6 the bulletproof camera as well. Clearly a vital part of this defense. Now, Jukes is on the dock. He locked 6 out by accident. That's a little unfortunate because now you're not going to have that reinforced. Or not reinforced, but barricaded up. But it'll just be 6 and Jukes who playing up top. Dynasty, yeah, once he's on the mute, probably doesn't want to be playing as aggressively. He wants to stay alive a little bit. With this shotgun, can play by the stairs and be a really deadly force up there. So it's going to be Jukes and 6, the 2 first line of defense. The 2 roamers holding out in meeting hall. At the moment, not extending their roam into the tower, but always an option, especially if the attackers aren't focused, which they really don't seem like they are focusing on the tower. And just as I say that, yeah, Jukes will back off. As he's being jackal tracked, just lead them on a bit of a goose chase. That's Dez, who's been also impactful in this matchup. Easily the MVP. Maybe not easily. Ozone was playing it really well, too. Ooh, and that was a perfect little peek of a head, but can't quite hit the shot. Does a little bit of damage on a Jukes, so that's something. And he is still being jackal tracked, so, I mean, that's not a fight that Jukes wants to take. Maybe just trying to bait the jackal, right? Because he does still have his teammate in there. That's 6. Who's been a really star player for AVG, I believe, the most frags for his team in the last map. Jukes still trying to peek it. Lojax will be the first one to get a kill, though, over onto Ozone. And that's the Ash going down. Not exactly sure where that was, but Lojax playing the smoke, maybe through one of the hatches, or maybe from back behind, coming through the lower tower. Whatever it may have been. These roamers are doing a great job of stalling out a lot of time on Goober Squad. They're so focused on these guys. I mean, you've got the jackal track. You know he's just playing on the stairs, but he's not going to peek you. You know, Jukes is doing so good, just wasting so much time. At the same time, though, Tranks is getting this plant, and this could be really bad if he's not able to get stopped. Gas canister comes out, but it's going to be a little bit too late. Same with that yokai drone, also gets nothing. But Nightmare makes to get 1 kill, and it's a 4-on-4. So the attackers very quickly shifting this right back in their favor. Jukes now going to be coming for the flank. A great shot on a Nightmare, who got the first kill for his team, the only one so far. And Dez going to get another one onto 6. Squid going for this counter defuse. That could be really big if nobody stops him. He's about to get it. Too, at the same time, there's only Mush who's still up and able to stop it. The teammates go down, but he gets off it for just a second. He comes down, Jukes with a kill. Oh, and Mush comes right back around. Goober Squad take round number 2 amazingly. What a play by Mush. Ends off this round. Goober Squad find themselves up 2-0. This is looking eerily similar to what we saw in the last map. And again, this time it's Avenged map pick. So you don't want to be seeing them do the same thing. You would like to see them actually be able to bring it back and not get rolled on their own map point. On their own map. Avenged, they've just been looking a little bit weak. However, that was a close game. That was a close match. They're going to go right back down to the basement, as is expected. Of course, this has been freed up. Never was locked to begin with, as Avenged haven't won a round. 2-0.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
A lot of different operators for their team. They have actually decided to bring the Valkyrie this time. However, it's going to be Dynasty who's playing it. They've also got 6 on the Jaeger now instead of the Vigil, and they've got Jukes on the Bandit rather than the Doc. So 3 operator swaps. Who do they get rid of? They get rid of... Why am I blanking?
10 seconds left.
Mutes, that's what they got rid of. That's right. So interesting, they'll play a Bandit instead of a Mute. That's obviously not going to deny the hatch, which is the main point of the Mute. At least in terms of utility, but it is going to make it a little bit stronger to hold on to Meeting Hall. I'm not sure that was a huge issue for them. They are going to open up the Kitchen too, so this is a completely different hold for the Roamers. They've now opened up Kitchen. They're playing with all these Bandit batteries. It seems like they strengthened the Roam quite a bit from the last round, and 6 is even all the way up in Kid Storms. So Dynasty is up here too. So yeah, a way wider Roam than we saw before. It is going to make their hold a little bit weaker. If the attackers choose to focus that early, then they could get punished for it, AVG, but it all depends on how Goober Squad choose to take things. Trank's already starting to get in through the bunker. Mush focusing on the Roamers, Nightmare on the Roamers, Dez just running around, and Ozone down by the site as well. This is what you're really worried about if you're Avenged. If somebody comes right in on the site and just ignores all of your Roamers, who seem like they're in powerful positions. 6 is actually already rotated all the way back down. So maybe they're starting to call this off a little bit. Dynasty in very strange positions. If this was a standard take by Goober Squad, if they were just coming to the front door, then that would have been, you know, dead for Dynasty. And it still might be death. Yes, it will. Mush, the opening kill of this round, takes him down with a headshot. Just through the wall, through the soft wall. Brilliantly done by him. But it is just a roamer. You still got Jukes alive. 6 is definitely not roaming anymore. It's going to be just Jukes, I guess. In Kitchen, barely missing that drone. Although shoots a little bit. Yeah, now we'll definitely get seen by Nightmare. So his position's been called out. Ozone not positioned to stop it. I mean, again, there's been a lot of attackers just focusing down this bottom floor. And this is no longer as big of a problem for Avenged because they do have 3 guys down here. A lot safer than having 2. And Ozone currently not even watching the correct angle. Although I think there was somebody down there. Ooh, and now through the soft wall again. Another one. Lowjacks will fall. And this information game is just so much better for Goober Squad. They're going to start to run all the way back downstairs. Jukes here trying to back up his teammates. Tranks is going for that plant. He's looking like he might get it. Mush did get down, so that's something in favor of the defense at the very least. And Tranks, a great job with this. Or, sorry, Squid with the Yokai drone. Does lose it eventually, though. Tranks kills his own teammate before Ozone gets another one onto Jukes. Jukes gets a kill in return. 6 takes down Ozone. It's a 2-on-2, 2-on-1, 1-on-1. Dez pops off. Of course it's Dez. Goober Squad win round number 3. That's 3 in a row for them. And, man, Dez is absolutely having the game of his life. I don't even know why Goober Squad are called Goober Squad. They should be called the Dez Squad because this guy is insane. 7 kills right now. Not quite as impressive as the last round, or as the last map. Not quite as impressive as start. But that should just tell you how crazy he was on the first map. because he's still getting about the same amount of kills as he did on the first map, but everybody else sort of is too. The first map, the first few rounds were really just the Dez show. I think he had like 7 kills, and the rest of the server combined had like 8 at one point. The server pulling their weight a little bit more, both teams. It's not just the Dez show, but well, he's still pulling it in for his team. 3-0 right now. Goober Squad are up, but they've had a couple of rounds where maybe it didn't look like it should have gone their way, right? Especially that second round. That one was looking a little bit scary for Goobers. Still clutched it out in the end though. So at this point, losing it twice in a row, they're going to move off of the basement. They're going to go back up to kids' dorms. And again, deciding to change it up. It wasn't a great hold from them last time for Avenged. They ended up in a retake situation, and they kind of beefed it. It was a tough, fight to win. And at that point, they were like 2v4, pushing up, and someone was just hiding here in the armory. So, I mean, no hard feelings for them losing that retake. But still, overall, that last round that they played on this bomb site, round number 1, wasn't looking too strong for them. Hopefully, they're deciding to change something up. They've still got 6 on the pulse, and this time Dynasty's on the dock, and I don't believe it was him who was playing this operator before. So looking into the short tower, there was, I believe that was Des who's running around, but at the moment nobody actually trying to get into that little area. Jukes again's been on the roam. He's been the most successful out of all the teammates, but that's still not a whole lot, averaging 1 kill per round. I mean, it's decent. 1 kill per round is not a bad scoreline. But when you put him next to Dez, who's averaging over 2 kills per round, it's, yeah, it's just rough. Dynasty has come back downstairs to join the Jaeger. So they're playing towards the front door, going down towards the basement even. Gonna get droned by Squid. A lot of emphasis being put on this roam game by Avenged. They don't have too many players still on the top floor. I think it's just their anchors. Dynasty's playing around with the drone. And how are these attackers choosing to address this? Well, they are looking like they are focusing on these roamers. You can see Tranks is in here, looking towards where maybe there are some roamers. Ozone as well, firing in through the short hall, or the short tower. Firing into the open area. Meeting hall. Des in dining hall, but a minute 30, and then nothing has gone down. So that is good for Avenged. They like wasting time. As a defensive team, time is not your ally. So they're fine if it continues to tick down with nothing happening. And Nightmare actually in a great position to die. There comes Jukes with a headshot. Great help by the droning Squid. Comes forward with the Echo, disorientates him, and then an easy kill from Jukes. Not a chance for Nightmare in that situation. So now a minute's gone by, and this is even worse than nothing. They've lost somebody. Mush at the tower stairs, still just droning around and being harassed so much by this yokai drone. We saw last time Avenged were playing a little bit scared with this drone, right? They were a little bit worried about it. Or Goober Squad, sorry. When they played on Border with the Echo, they were playing pretty passively. The way Tranks played it, kept it in his pocket a lot of times. Really worried about it dying to the IQ. But now there's no IQ even on the board. And Squid's just rolling around, having a field day with it. Jukes can get a second kill of the round. He gets his third. Tranks will fall, and it's already a 2-on-5. Jukes feeling it. He goes for the run out, and he's going to get a 4K. Mush will fall, and it's all up to Ozone, the last man standing, about to approach somebody here in the hallway. Will he win this gunfight? Yes, he will. Dynasty falls, and all of a sudden, a bit of the momentum is disrupted, but still, they're looking so good. Ozone charges upstairs, feeds his life away. Squid will take it away, and Avenged finally get one on the board. 3-1. So this is good. They're starting to win rounds on defense. In this meta, especially with these bans, you'd like to see the defense performing pretty well. I think on Oregon, a 3-3 scoreline is pretty much what you would expect. And so certainly they haven't lost more than that yet. If Avenged can start to get their footing, start to get some momentum, then this is not looking bad at all for them. They don't have to be worried yet. And I should mention as well that this is the upper bracket. So this is round number 1. This is everybody's first game that's being played. And should they lose this, they're still in the tournament. They still have a chance to make it into Challenger League. And, well, they still could go far in this tournament. It's obviously a lot tougher, especially going down to the very first round. You've got a lot of matches if you want to make it to Challenger League. Of course, top 5 in this tournament move on. And so dropping on a lower bracket, that doubles the amount of games you got to play. So it's not going to be easy, but it's not the end of the world if you lose this. We do play 2 games tonight. After this, every team will be playing either 0 or 1 match per day. There will be matches every single day. So never fear, you've got a lot of these qualifiers that you can still watch. But as of right now, 4 teams will be eliminated at the end of the day. After today, we'll have top 12. So it is still scary. You got a lot of Siege to play tonight. Tonight's going to be your longest night. No matter who you are, you're playing 2 games. And, well, you might not play again after that, but tonight is the one night where you have to be able to marathon it. Could be up to 6 maps. That's a lot. That's a lot of Siege to be playing in one night. But it's what you got to do if you're trying to make it into Challenger League. So, they're in the basement. And because of that, they're going to have still a few people in Meeting Hall, but let's see. Jukes is up here playing the dock this time. 6, I imagine, is not in the basement either. No, he's still in kids' dorms. This is a lot closer to the second defense they tried. And I'm not sure I love this because it was their first defense that was the closest to working when they were on the basement. It seemed like this really far extended roam that they're playing it again wasn't the most effective. I mean, they did sort of just lose their roamers. They have changed it up. It's not exactly what they played before, right? Jukes is on the dock and 6 on the vigil. They're no longer having the bandits and whatnot, but it's the same strategy. It's slightly modified. Whereas you saw the first time they defended on this bomb site, it was quite a bit different. Dynasty needs to be a little bit more careful when he's taking these gunfights. He's going to take on the stairs, and Ozone's going to be able to take down Jukes at the same time. Mush wins that fight. 6 will get one in favor of his team, though, finally. It's not all bad news for Avenged. They're still in this match, of course. Taking a little bit of damage, though, and now playing around this hard wall. Making sure that these drones can't find him, and help from his own drones. 6 will keep the kill onto Dez. Top fragger kills the top fragger. And excellent job by Squid. You heard him be able to disorientate the attacker. And thanks to that teamwork, thanks to great gunplay by 6, we're still at an even player count. Tranks, Ozone, and Nightmare, the 3 attackers who are still trying to get in onto this bomb site, but they've got a lot of roamers to clear out first. I guess just 1, but 6 feels like a lot. 6 is definitely the best player on Avenged in terms of that first map. And on this one, well, Jukes has actually been the one carrying most of the weight. But again, with the support from Squid, it makes it so difficult to win these gunfights, especially if it's a one-on-one. You really need to come in from multiple angles or at least take care of that yokai. With your IQ being down in the first kill, though, makes it very tough. And Ozone barely missing out on that information. This could be huge. However, 6 also not really aware that the buck is charging right towards him, but it doesn't matter. His trigger finger's a little bit faster. 6 is going to get another one. 6 has been on fire. Finally, Nightmare puts him out. But he's in a 1-on-2. He's got 30 seconds still to go. Diffuser in his pocket. Sees the yokai, but can't quite find the shot onto it. Squid just running that drone all the way back down as far as he can. Nightmare trying to find it with his EMPs. Will that second one hit? No, it will not. And he's still not able to get it. He's so disoriented. 15 seconds still on that clock. Nightmare in a nightmare situation. He's just pre-firing angles. He has no idea where anybody is at. He cannot see a thing. He's about to get disoriented again. He finally gets the drone through all of this haziness, but he doesn't even see the player who's charging towards him. He's behind that bulletproof shield eventually. Lowjacks turns this round all the way off. Puts it in his favor. 3-2 still. So as I said, they don't have to be worried, right? Avenged, if they can end this half 3-3, that's very good. That's very respectable. Swap halves and then a 4-3, or a 4-2 rather. Even a 3-3 to push in overtime, you're not too unhappy about that if you're Avenged. But they're going rear stage watchtower. And this is interesting because obviously they've just won 2 bomb sites in a row, so they cannot go basement, they cannot go to kids' dorms. And this is one that you would generally think favors the attackers, right? Oregon's map with 2 like fairly decent bomb sites and then 2 pretty bad bomb sites. I think overall people are pretty split between kitchen and tower. Neither are great options. I want to say that tower's a little bit more popular, but it's basically just personal preference. whichever one you feel like your team performs better on. It can also have a little bit to do with the bans. We'll see how they set it up. They do still bring the pulse from Squid. Of course, we've seen a lot of pulse being played by both of these teams. Again, a very team-specific operator. Duke's in the attic, so this is going to be a pretty spread-out defense. This will be into the dorms that he's blocking off.
5 seconds remaining.
Yes. Notably not actually playing up top. He's going to start this round off in the lobby, looking towards the garage. Mostly just hunting for drones.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Squid prepping that soft barricade so that he can be in a position to just break out anytime he needs to. UMP firing, or maybe that nitro cell, whichever he may prefer. And this is a great Valkyrie cam by Dynasty. LoJack's able to get a lot of intel on where those attacks are coming from. And again, you expect not to see that when there's an IQ on the field, but Nightmare, not too worried about those black eyes yet. I think he has, well, he's found one. Maybe not worried about the outside black eyes as much. Maybe he should be. Either way, the utility's kind of gone now, and okay, he finds it. A little bit slow, but at least now he knows that there was a camera there. His teammates were being watched. It's gone now, though, and that's going to be big. The first Blackbeard being pulled out in this match. That's very strange, because we were on Border last time, and he wasn't banned either. So it's interesting to note that this is the first Blackbeard. Drone instantly gets shot out, so that does confirm his suspicion that there's somebody playing behind here, but for just a second, they'll peek right back up. In the meantime, Dez was taken down by LoJack. That's the smoke. Not sure exactly where he was playing to get that. Might have just been through those windows, because as we saw, you get great opportunities. People who are playing on the windows, it is, you know, it's a great angle to play at, but it's a little bit risky. Playing outside, and ooh, actually a really good angle across that. That fire arrow going to do a lot of damage on a 6, force him out of position, and Mush ends up taking him down 4-on-4. Great play, great utility being used to take down the Jaeger who's playing up top there. Of course, those ADSs do not catch Capitel's firebolts, so a great way to be able to flush somebody out when they're playing up top. Otherwise, it can be very difficult to get them out there. Squid finding somebody outside on their drone. A lot of players at the bottom of that tower. Of course, not a place that the attackers can really feel safe attacking or getting in, holding position. So close to be able to find somebody. Nightmare just needs to move a little bit to the right. Might be some props in his way. He's trying to play amongst these chairs. Fortunately, not able to find anything, though. And Mush is going to get one a trade. And with the run out, Jukes is going to get 2. Nightmare and Ozone both fall as he just runs outside at the bottom of tower. Great play by him. Now getting a little bit spooked, though, as somebody's starting to push in from the east. With those firebolts from Mush, he's being very annoying as he starts to get a little bit more damage down on these defenders. They cannot feel safe no matter what they're doing. Trank coming in from the meeting hall, making it a bit of a pinch. The smoke going to help them out quite a bit. They can start to plant here, and they will begin to do that. Trank's worried about a flank, but nobody's coming from that direction. They need to be looking more towards the tower. And that, ooh, that C4 almost hit. There's a lot of explosions going down, but they're not able to get anything. Now look in the right direction, but Tranks is finally able to lock on to Jukes and take him down. That leaves just Squid from up top, and Tranks pulls it out with the headshot. Goober Squad are going to win round number 6, and great play by the support player. We'll swap sides as Goober Squad move over to defense, up 4-2. That's a bit of a different story from what we saw on Border. Still, you've got Dez tearing it up 100%, but Ozone still not really at his level that we saw on Border, which is fine. He's still decent, right? 4-6, not a bad scoreline. And over on Avenged, you've got Jukes who's stepping up a lot more than he did on that last map. I think that's a big reason why they've got those 2 rounds. 6 still pretty impactful. LoJack as well, though. Another player, another one of those support players, similar to Tranks, who's been stepping it up in terms of those kills. Despite the fact that might not be his primary purpose, he's still doing a great job helping out his team when he needs to. So you saw it, I saw it. That's a blitz. There's a lot of strange operators, really. You've got the Rook, which doesn't see too much play. However, Dez did bring it out, I believe, in the last map as well. I've got the Legion, who hasn't been super favorable, but against the Blitz, it's going to be a great pick. So they've got that in their back pocket. And of course, there's the Blitz, which is the strangest operator I've seen. Haven't seen much Hibana, really. I mean, the last map was Border, so that makes sense. But really not an operator that was favored by Goober Squad at all. You do see Habana quite a bit on this map, but maybe just not what they choose to play with.
5 seconds left.
They're pretty similar between Habana and Thermite.
Attackers recovered the diffuser. Attackers
But they'll be attacking down in the basement, and this could be an issue. Because well, I guess there's no mute, so never mind. I was gonna say if there's a mute on the field, it can really hurt that Habana, but it's not gonna be an issue. Notably, somebody has not gotten their jacket. It is Ozone, but he's down there. He'll be able to get it very soon. He's just got a lot of prep work to deal with. Nightmare in the Armory. Dez up on the top floor as well as Mush. That's 3 players on the top floor. That's interesting. We've been seeing this a lot, specifically in this match, and I don't think it's something that I've seen too much of overall. Dynasty's going to get the first kill onto Dez. Again, that's a big player on Goober Squad getting taken down on one of those roamers playing up top. And this is going to be a great crossfire. If he was a little bit quicker, Mush could have gotten a free kill onto the Blitz. And that is not an operator you want to live longer than you have to. Nightmare going to start coming down from that top floor as well, conceding that initial position advantage. But Nightmare, a little bit too long. He's sticking towards that front door. Jux will get the kill onto him, making it a 3-on-5. The defender's fallen very, very quickly, and I'm not sure I'm loving this strategy of keeping 3 players at the very top so far. 2 of them have died, but Mush just snuck his way still on this top floor. I'm not sure they know that he's still up here. However, he's getting droned. Will run into Dynasty before he realizes it, before the call can come out, that Mush is still up here and still a dangerous threat. Now they're going to know, though, and now there is a Blitz who's coming towards them. If you have anybody facing the Blitz, though, the man with the goo mines is not a bad man to have. Mush has got those impact grenades as well, should he need them, but he's completely blind, and this is going to make it so difficult. He will get the down, but either way, 6 takes him with the kill, and he's going to be able to pick that Blitz up right up off the floor. Still a 4-on-2, and that's going to leave just the anchors left alive for Goober Squad. And a 4-on-2, they're scared. They're hunkering in. They're saying, all right, well, we got a minute to hold on to. That's quite a bit of time. Hopefully they can do it, though, at least for them. Avenged looking very good as they start their attack towards this bottom floor. Ozone's out with a shotgun. Notably bring the barbed wire rather than the C4, or bring the barbed wire. So he's just got those gas grenades that he can throw. 2 yokai still in the hands of Tranks as well. I guess 1 on the ceiling, 1 in the hand. There's an IQ up that can try to take care of those. 30 seconds. They've wasted a lot of time. This is still winnable, but again, it's going to be a nice, easy plant. There comes the flash. Still wins it, though. Tranks actually helping out his teammate. Finds the kill on a squid. This diffuser, Lojax, will be able to plant it. So, 3-on-2. Defense needs to be able to push right back. And a great shot from Ozone evens out the numbers. And suddenly, it's looking a little bit better. But again, it's still really tough. Avenged are in a great position, despite the fact that they are no longer holding on to this player advantage. Because they've got the high ground. They can just shoot down on anybody who's trying to get this defuse. Or this disable, sorry. And these are gunfights that are just so hard to win for Goober Squad. No matter who they're playing, this isn't something they should win. 6 takes down Ozone. It's going to be a 1-on-2. Tranks needs to get these kills, gets the defuse. Very difficult position for him on the ground. Actually finds 1 onto 6. Searching upstairs for the last one. I don't think he's got the time for it. Realizes that he's in meeting hall, but he's got no time at all. This is going to be a round in favor of Avenged, no matter what happens here. Take round number 7. Beautifully playing out that timeline. And again, still putting up a good fight in this map. 4-3 is the scoreline. Starting to come back here. A defense win in the basement. Or sorry, an attacking win in the basement. It's going to be great to start off their momentum in the second half. Kids dorms is the call from Goober Squad. Squid's going to tease the Blitz a second time. I don't know if he's going to actually commit to it. He could. I mean, at this point, they'll expect it no matter what you show. Yeah, Squid's sticking the Blitz. So notably, we did see a Blitz in the last map, but it was Goober Squad who brought it out. Pretty sure that Avenged were not the guys who decided to bring a Blitz. I think it was round number 6. After they finally lost an attacking round, Goober Squad brought the Blitz in. I don't think it worked very well. I think the Blitz kind of just died. So Avenged, proving that they are at least the better Blitz players. They got to be the better overall players, and that still has yet to be seen. Nothing fancy coming out from the defense. Oregon, one of those maps where you rarely see fancy stuff coming out. especially from the defense. There's sort of a set strategy that everybody likes to do. I mean, we've already seen a little bit of variation, specifically with that basement hold, how many people you want to be playing upstairs, you know, what operators they want to be on. How you hold meeting hall can be pretty, you can get a little creative with that. And certainly, if you're going to be playing Dez in the watchtower, that could be a little bit creative, but I think he's just going to be playing in the attic. He's undecided still. He's not too far from his teammates. He just needs somebody to help him open that up because he's used all of his grenades already. Mush taking a bit of damage, though, and he's already being droned out. He wants to be playing this a little bit safer, but Squid comes out with a headshot. Great job by the Blitz player. Puts AVG up very early in terms of player counts. These rounds have been going pretty slow overall. The way you've seen them play out, you've often seen the attackers, no matter which team it is, take their time, not get a lot of early kills, but that was a great one for Avenged. A team trying to even out the scoreline. Make it a 4-4 game. Oh, great opportunity from Ozone. At least got the information that there's a blitz coming up towards him. Or at least running around down on that basement floor. Of course, they were going to know that already, but yeah, they got an idea of where he's at. Dez in the basement. So he's really just down here for a flank. And that's a great way to take down a blitz. If you can flank him, if you can surprise him of where you're playing. I'm sure that's what Dez is hungry for. I mean, he'll take any kill he can get, but the blitz would be extra tasty for him.
A bomb has been located.
At the moment, nobody really showing themselves. This big window being played a little bit by the attackers. I believe they have it opened up. The way Ozone playing around these stairs means he's a little bit scared to get open himself up to those. Now, he got droned. He did not see the blitz right behind it. Actually, almost a great opportunity. Tranks will take the kill onto Squid. And that goes the blitz. And Lowjacks also will fall to Nightmare. So all of a sudden, the numbers have gone straight in favor of Goober Squad. Not great. Their Trank's going to get another one. Dynasty falls 2-on-4. And all of a sudden, this round, which is looking so good, a great start. 6. Going to make it a little bit less bad. Duke's still outside the big window. As I said, this was a position being played quite a lot. But from up top, Trank spines 6 through the floorboards. And it's a 3-on-1. Dukes is going to need it. He doesn't want to go down 5-3. 55 seconds. Got a lot of time to work with. Does not have the diffuser, although it doesn't look like it's too far. It looks like it's right behind him. So as soon as he wants to head back and pick it up, a little bit worried that he doesn't choose to pick it up just then, but maybe he's forgetting about it a little bit. Maybe figures those few seconds are a little bit more important if this round's just going to come down to kills anyways. Rotating into the armory corridor. They're going to know where he's at. This yokai about to find him. He actually sees the yokai. It is very visible at this point in time, but he can't get the kill onto it, and he'll just get taken down by Nightmare. Goober Squad turn that round around. Put it 5-3 in their favor. 2 rounds away from taking it. And not a bad round from Avenged. Don't get me wrong. I feel like I've been giving them a bit of a hard time, but they've had some good rounds. This map has been very, very balanced, very back and forth. But they need to start taking some of these swing rounds. Some of these have just been so close, come down to the wire. And all of a sudden, things get bad. Things get very, very bad very, very quickly, it seems, in a lot of these rounds for Avenged. Round number 9, Laundry Supply. Squid hasn't been scared off the blitz yet. I believe it was a flank last time, or it might have actually been through the floorboards that he got taken down. I want to highlight Tranks because he's top fragging right now, which is weird. For the longest time, he had only 1 kill when they were attacking on border, but it seems like as Dez has cooled off, as Ozone has cooled off, Tranks, the support player, has really picked it up, and he's been fragging hard in this matchup. Specifically here on Oregon. A big reason why Goober Squad haven't fallen apart. And that's really important to see from a team trying to make it in a Challenger League. You can't just have a couple players who are carrying you. You saw that with Tai2 at the beginning of their roster. It was just Benji. The rest of the guys, I mean, they were doing okay, but really if Benji didn't show up, they lost the map. Now though, Tai2 can win maps even without Benji pulling in 20 kills per map. So if your star player is having an off day, if your star player isn't getting, you know, all the kills that he needs to, it's really important you've got guys who can back him up and say, it's all right. You don't have to perform right now. I'll step up. I can do it. So Goober Squad showing that they have that. Over on Avenged, they sort of do too. I mean, 6 is still sort of their guy who's been putting in as much work as he can. Jukes as well on this map has been doing a good job, but it's clearly just not quite enough. Still some time, of course. So let's focus on these roamers for a minute. Mush in the meeting hall, Dez up in the small dorms, and Nightmare on the second floor as well, just in the hallway. Mush may be the first one who might find somebody, as we can already see somebody creeping through kitchen. With that ERC7, they might have a difficult time droning him. Oh, and a great push out. Takes down 6. That's the IQ gun. That's a lot of utility that is now safe for the defenders. Tranks is feeling a lot better about that kill. Dez is going to get droned. Nightmare's staring at a wall right now. His teammate's just going to rush right on past him. Let's take a look from these attackers' point of view. What are they up to? Well, they're still trying to drone in for these roamers because they are very scared. They've already lost one. Some great aggression from Mush. Frag grenades coming out from Dynasty. Not being caught by any ADSs, but also not finding the targets that they're looking for. And I think I should be on Squid right now because he's the man who needs to flush out these roamers. I mean, he wants these soft walls open up behind him. He's got a buck that can help him do it. But there's nobody in the kids' dorms. You can drop down the hatch if he needs to, but there are people upstairs that he's got to be worried about. He's going to step on a goo mine, take a bit of damage, and now starts to take it out. He's in a really bad spot, though. He should have seen the player in attic, and that's going to cost him quite a bit. Nightmare with a really great kill, taking down the Blitz player. That leaves it in 3-on-5, and they're still so worried about these roamers, as they should be. Dynasty's up here trying to clear them out. LoJax is maybe the only player currently focused on the bomb site. The rest of his 2 living teammates worried about these guys coming in for the flank, as they should be. LoJax also needs to be worried about a flank because Nightmare is so close. Going to pre-fire that angle. Knows where LoJax is. LoJax out with a bearing 9 now in a little bit closer range engagement. Pretty worried. Dynasty's still trying to clear him out in case he rotates up towards the tower. It's now Jukes who's focused towards the bomb site, but it is LoJax who's going to need to get this plant down sometime in the next 30 seconds unless they can get 5 kills. Duke's starting to poke on down. Of course, that smoke did get popped. Dynasty starting to run down stairs as well. Open things up. Give himself a little bit better angle. Jukes is going to fall. Here comes LoJax also falling, but in a bit of a different sense. Mush with another kill for his team. He's been going absolutely insane this round. Ozone gets taken down by Dynasty, but it's Dez who steps up and gets the last kill. Goober Squad claims round number 9. Clawing themselves that much closer to winning this match. We go to round number 10, and Goober Squad are on match point. This is series point as well. They won the first map, score of 7-4. Similar score is looking likely. But there's hope for Avenged, because right now, Goober Squad are going to the rear stage watchtower. As we mentioned the first time this bomb site was defended, it's not a great one to defend on. Avenged defended it in the final round, round number 6, when they absolutely had to because they couldn't go to the end of the primary sites. They did lose it. That was one of Goober Squad's rounds.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers. Attackers have located a bomb.
If Goober Squad can do what Avenged cannot, then they will move on to the next round in this upper bracket. Now, let's see what they've done. They've brought Ozone on the Ella. This is one we saw brought out, I think, one time in the last map. Not an operator you see too often. As Astro was talking about, this is an operator you see being brought out maybe when you want to play or some aggression. If you're expecting some aggression, they might get caught off guard by these Grismont mines.
10 seconds to go.
If you're playing these staircases, you can get a little bit aggressive yourself because Ella really thrives in these short-range environments. I don't know if there's going to be any, staircase-on-staircase engagements. But playing down the basement, this is often where you see a Valkyrie being played. Being able to look through those cameras. But, I mean, if you can just have your Ella using those Valkyrie cameras, that's just as good, if not better, because you've got these Grismots placed around the map now. Dez is free to go do other things. You can see they've got a very roam-heavy lineup. I mean, literally any of these operators can just run around the map, kind of carefree. I think it's the Rook pick quite a bit stronger when you've got so many operators who can just run around, roam as much as they want. Nightmare in a great position playing up top. He did get, or last time they were playing somebody up here, they did get flushed out pretty easily by some great Capitao play. I think that was before we had the side swap. So it was Goober Squad who managed to flush him out. We'll see if Nightmare can avoid what Avenged could not. He's already taken a bit of damage. This looks like it's going to be an answer to no to this question. He gets the drone kill, which is really important. Of course, players down below who are trying to pressure him as well. It's going to be the first player that really the attackers try to fire on. And speaking of fire, that will get the down on the Nightmare. Right at the same time, though, Tranks does get a kill on Dynasty. So it's still a 4-on-4. Not the end of the world for the attackers. Not great, though, if they don't realize they actually down Nightmare. Well, it might not matter, because now it's a 3-on-4. Essentially, Nightmare being downed, it'd be very tough for Tranks to revive him. I don't see him getting revived here. Because all they need to do is... Oh, now he's dropped. Maybe. Surely somebody looks in a window. Finally, Squid takes him down. Okay. So that's more what we're expecting. Lojack's going to get another kill. That was the Ella likely still playing down in the basement. Ozone will fall, and all of a sudden, this is getting bad for the defense. Again, this is a round Avenged are expected to win. Attacking on to the rear tower. However, they got to be careful where they're playing these angles, and that's going to hurt him. 6 takes down Tranks. And Dez, the last man standing, going to get the first kill. He's going to need 3 more. If anybody can do it, based on that first map, it would be Dez. Absolutely popped off on border. He's going to need to do the same thing if he wants to win right now. He goes for the C4. Will it be enough? No, it will not. The plank goes down in 6. Takes kill. Avenged clean. Round number 7. Or round number 10, sorry. I can count. Round number 10 goes in their favor. Scoreline is now 6-4. Goober Squad continue to be on match point. Now things get difficult. Avenged are going to have to win on kids' dorms once, and then either kids' dorms again or basement, whatever Goober Squad choose to defend for their second bomb site. And it's very doable, don't get me wrong. I mean, if we look at the rounds so far, let's see what they've managed to win on. They did win on basement once. They have yet to win on kids' dorms. At least attacking. So I would say Goober Squad's best chance is to close it out right here. If Goober Squad lose this, especially with the momentum factor, right? That starts to get in your head. We saw this happen on Border, where Goober Squad went out to a really early lead. They were up 6-1 at one point. They started losing rounds. They were on defense for the second half, and losing those off-bomb sites really started to hurt them. Got to a point where really, even when they went back to their primary bomb sites, they were just so out of it mentally. They were just thinking, okay, we just need to win one more round. They couldn't quite grasp it. Maybe got a little bit frustrated at that fact. Start to spiral in a situation like that. They did claw back in the end. And should they win this round, we'll actually see a very similar scoreline. Exactly the same. Not quite the same in terms of the order the rounds were won in. But the final result will be exactly the same, 7-4, 7-4. But I think this is the round. I think if Avenged take this, overtime's looking very likely. Because they've already proven they can attack on basement. They did lose it once, don't get me wrong. But at that point, the mental factors can be strongly in their favor as well. And I would certainly predict they could make it in overtime and push this into a map number 3. Now the pressure being put on Armory is going to be really important. If Nightmare dies, that's big. He's going to retreat. I think that's a smart play. As soon as you start getting pressured, there's so much utility the attackers can throw in there. Yeah, you've got your ADSs set up, so maybe the frag grenades aren't your primary concern, but you've still got Squid to worry about with those fire arrows that have done so much damage to the Jaeger so far in this match. I'm sure you've got flashes on somebody. Yeah, your Capitao, your Thermite. So you've got a little bit of utility to burn out those ADSs. Best just to get out of there while you still can. You don't want to die sitting in Armory. The rest of these defenders, you've got Mush in the rear stage, playing around Meeting Hall. Nightmare as well is now downstairs. And, of course, Dez is now rotated over towards the attic. So... Six worked his way into the Armory, where he currently sits, and looks like they do have control of that walk-in closet, too. Lojack's going to start to blow this up whenever he can. Got to be worried about maybe mute, but there's nothing there, so he could blow it up at his earliest convenience. Maybe just wants to get a drone inside, make sure nobody's there to instantly refrag him. He will place the exothermic charge, and it'll get popped off. Still droning, see if there's anybody reacting from that on the defense. That is not going to be the case, though. Meanwhile, Mush is getting lit up in the basement. It looks like he did go for that flank. Didn't use his nitro cell, but he came up from the basement. Took a lot of damage because of it. Didn't manage to get any in return. And now he's coming in through meeting hall. Looking for somebody through the walls. Can't find him. He's looking like he wants to rotate maybe all the way back down towards the basement. Having a good time running around. At least he's still alive. He's still a threat. The attackers, the fact they didn't manage to finish off that kill means that he's always going to be in the back of their minds. And always going to be somebody they have to worry about. They're going to have somebody watching for him. And that's why you see Jux here a little bit cautious. Not necessarily looking the right direction, though, because he's in meeting hall. Nobody's looking that direction. You still got Dez up top, too. The fact that this barricaded off might make them a little bit safer, because you're going to have to hear that. Squid takes down Dez, who's standing up top in the attic. And, of course, Mush going to immediately get on his heartbeat sensor, try to find whoever that was, see if they're pushing towards him quickly. They aren't doing so. They're still just sitting up top there. But so much time is being wasted. At some point, these attackers are going to have to get in, whether Mush is behind them or not. Nightmare about to come in for a flank as well, but not really in behind anybody. Mush did get downed in the end, so he's no longer going to be a threat. The attackers don't even need to finish that off, whether they know that they've downed him or not. LoJack will start planting that diffuser, though, and this will be huge. They get another down. That's 2 players down. They're not going to know this, of course, out with the shotgun. If he can just deny this plant, no, he will not. 3 seconds, and that is going to get planted. It's a 1-on-3. However, Nightmare able to pick up Mush. This man just does not die. He will live, and he will be able to come right back in for this retake. 2-on-3. No, he won't. Dynasty from up top through the floorboards. Tranks, of course, in no position to win. Nightmare saw somebody for just a second through those floorboards, but wasn't able to get the kill. And Tranks, he can see his teammates. He's not going to go for the pickup. He's no time. Certainly not. He's going to do it? I don't love that strat. He fakes it. He fakes picking up his teammate. At this point, the time is so against him. Nightmare needs to go right now. The frag grenade get thrown towards him. LoJax makes sure it ends before that frag grenade can even go off. And Avenged take round number 11. Momentum fully in their favor. Round number 12. Are we going to see Goober Squad end it right here? Or can Avenged take us to overtime and eventually map number 3? With how close that round was, with how long it lasted, I'm a little bit surprised they're going off of Kid Storms. They're going to the basement. They've lost this bomb site. Defending it. Of course, they've won it once, too. They're 1-1 record in this match so far. But it's a bit surprising. I might catch Avenged off guard.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
But Avenged likely knowing that this is an option, knowing it's a bit of a toss-up, whatever the defenders choose to go with. Probably just chosen to go with a pretty neutral lineup, and that seems like what they're bringing. I don't see any of these operators being particularly bad whilst attacking the basement. Now, they've been playing with a lot of players upstairs. The fact that Tranks is up here putting up some reinforcements means that they are likely going to continue to play with players up on this top floor, despite the fact that they are defending all the way down the basement. Much is reinforcing in the basement, and Tranks are reinforcing up top. They're going to waste a lot of time just going back and forth for each other.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
And Mush choosing not to play upstairs. He's a little indecisive. In meeting hall, though, not a bad spot at all for a Vigil to be playing while you're defending on the basement. Dez in the attic, and Nightmare actually going for the spawn peek. Didn't quite catch this right at the start, but doesn't find anybody, so it's not a huge loss in terms of the camera work. Firing up towards tower, nobody's up there, man. It's going to be Dez, however, who is calling their people in tower, and there are, just not exactly at that window. Dez pre-fires a little bit, doesn't get any kills, though, and that's actually really dangerous. Mush takes a lot of damage early. Goes invisible to those drones, but it doesn't really matter. He's hitting you through those peek holes. Just going to back off at the same time. Nightmare is going to get the kill onto Jukes. 5-on-4. It's been a very hectic start to this final round in regular time. Nightmare's still in the master bedroom. Let's take a look at these attackers now. You can see they're charging in, or they're looking into the meeting hall. 6 is able to get a lot of damage on a Mush, but of course not able to get that kill. That's what's going to really matter. Starting to look towards the bomb site now. Dynasty, this is the place where there was some spawn peeking going on. Of course, the player who was there, Nightmare, has rotated back towards the attic. In the master bedroom, looking towards the attic, that is. They're constantly having somebody watch this meeting hall. They're really scared about it. Putting the claymore down. They don't want to get flanked because they're going to be pushing down towards this basement, and somebody coming up from up top is not what you want. There is somebody, of course, still in the attic, and they don't necessarily know that. They know there might be somebody up there. They know there might be somebody in kitchen. But they, of course, cannot confirm this. And Dynasty with this drone in attic maybe thinks he's a little bit safer than he actually is, because the player in attic, Nightmare, is... Well, he's no longer in attic, I guess. Maybe he was spotted by the drone. I mean, I guess he never was in attic. He never was in attic, but he was watching it. And he certainly had that attic control. Last exothermic charge being used by LoJax. The only hard breachers, so they're not going to have any more of that. But presumably, they've already got all the hatches that they want opened up. Things have slowed down dramatically in the last few seconds, last few minutes of this round. They're coming in through the bunker. It's going to be Squid leading the charge on the Capitao. He's still got 2 of each kind of bolt. 6 in a great position. He's moved into the meeting hall now. A little bit more aggressive. He could be able to get somebody. Dynasty still watching that flank. They've only got 2 guys who are actually attempting this plant, because the other 2 are just watching the flank. Here come the smoke bolts. That's going to hurt him with this plant a lot. It is, of course, LoJax who got the diffuser. He needs to get in this doorway before he can actually plant. Some grenades being thrown in. Those are stun grenades. Actually flashes his own teammate. 7 seconds. They need to start going right now. There are yokai drones they have to worry about. Mush, No Zone, both gonna get a kill apiece. Dynasty, the last man standing on 1-on-4. He's got no time at all. And with that, Goober Squad move on to the next round. Take this match 7-5 by the skin of their teeth. That last one took so long to close out. But in the end, Avenged couldn't complete the rush. I think they left it a little bit too long. And they'll go down to the lower bracket because of it. We're going to go with some music. I believe that was a pretty long match. But there's one more game happening tonight, probably on all the streams. So if you're not already watching that multi-stream, type !multi, and you will be able to watch probably 8 different games at once. That's great. But for now, we're going to throw to some music, wait for the next round to start off. So don't go anywhere, because that's coming up very shortly here.
It's my life, it's nothing more but pieces in your hand. you're not there. Go back to when I saw you. A beautiful time in a deadly year. You think I'm stupid, but I get it now. How long can we make this go? Just hurry up and spit it out, baby, cause I got to know. Don't break away, cause I want to stay, cause I want to stay. Don't break away, cause I want to stay, cause I want to stay, cause I want to stay. Don't break away, cause I want to stay, cause I want to stay. Don't break away, cause I want to stay, cause I want to stay. I let it consume me, I let it control me. I'll always be lonely, I'll never be fine. If life is a movie, it's always so boring. Where is the story? I hope it gets better with time. Yeah, I hope it gets better with time. It's better with time. Don't look back when I call you, but does that mean that you don't care? Go back to when I saw you. Your beautiful eyes with a deadly stare. You think I'm stupid, but I get it now. How long can we make this go? It won't hurt to let it out, baby, cause I got to know. Don't break away, cause I want to stay, cause I want to stay. Don't break away, cause I want to stay, cause I want to stay, cause I want to stay. Don't break away, cause I want to stay, cause I want to stay. Don't break away, cause I want to stay, cause I want to stay. I let it consume me, I let it control me. I'll always be lonely, I'll never be fine. If life is a movie, it's always so boring. Where is the story? I hope it gets better with time. Yeah, I hope it gets better with time. It's better with time. Yeah, I hope it gets better with time. 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 Yeah, I hope it gets better with time. I hope it gets better with time. I let it consume me, I let it control me. I'll always be lonely, I'll never be fine. If life is a movie, it's always so boring. Where is the story? I hope it gets better with time. Yeah, I hope it gets better with time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry to interrupt your radio broadcast of royalty-free music. But we're back with game number 2, and we're going to the lower bracket, so there are a lot of stakes being put on this match. We are going to continue following Team Avenged as they go up against something. The newly renamed team used to be from Regime, have left their organization. I don't know why, but they have chosen instead to play under the tag of something, whether that was a choice or not. That's where they're at right now. Something versus Avenged. And there was a lot of controversy whether this team was actually going to get to play or not, because there was a tie in terms of the points between another team who got a lot of like forfeit wins, and there was a lot of chaos and admins had to step in. But whatever. Something out here now, as everything should be. There's a team who definitely deserves to be in the top 16. They just lost to Vicious Gaming over on, I believe, the ESL Rainbow Six channel. So it was a very tough match for them. That's, of course, the best team in this tournament in terms of ranked. They won the first, second, and third qualifier. So that would be a really tough starting matchup. Not surprising that they lost it. But now they got another chance to redeem themselves. Up against Avenged, a team that we just saw lose a pretty close match. They did lose it in 2 maps to Goober Squad. The first one on Border, Goober Squad pulled out some crazy strats that they had clearly been prepping for that match. Worked super well for them. Then they played on Oregon, where Avenged did lose. And I'm a little bit worried about how these map bans have gone, because we just watched Border and then Oregon, and Coastline would have been our third map. And now we're going to watch Oregon and Border, and Coastline's going to be our third map, should we need it. And that's worrying, because, okay, well, it's good for Avenged, partly because they've been fresh on these maps. They know what worked, they know what didn't work against Goober Squad, against a team like Something who is theoretically not as good as Goober Squad. You know, hopefully they can adapt, they can build up their strategies a little bit better, and they can learn, they can perform better on these maps that they have just lost twice in a row. But the thing that they got to keep in mind, is that Something watch their matches, right? I mean, Something's game against Vicious Gaming was relatively short. It was the first seed versus the 16th seed. It was not the closest game ever. And so they were able to watch probably most of that Oregon matchup. And now that's going to be the very first map that they play. So they're going to have a lot of intel on Avenged. However, Something were, watching that game. I'm sure they were taking notes. They were being as thorough as they could. And, well, we'll see if their prep work has benefited them, or if the team predicted to win, Avenged, come out on top. We've got 10 in the server. We're just going to wait for teams to let us know that they are ready. Gonna have, like I said, E. The E key is right next to R. So maybe, yeah, okay, he just misspoke. And Avenged are ready as well. So ladies and gentlemen, get ready, because lower bracket round number 1 is about to begin. Something versus Avenged. I believe this is the very first lower bracket match that is starting. So this, if it's not a long match, if it's a very long match, then this might not be true. But assuming all the matches take about the same amount of time, loser of this will be the first one knocked out of Challenger League qualifier playoffs. Dreams are about to be shattered. For one of these two teams, Challenger League is going to be just a bit too far for them. We, of course, start off with the ban phase, and Ying going to be the first one gone. Nothing surprising there. Avenged have started on defense all 3 maps now that we have casted them, and they have banned Ying first every single time, and it's always been a Glaz, although it's a Blitz. This is what I'm telling you, Something, we're watching those matches. And now Avenged are going to have to change their strategy, because they relied on that Blitz really heavily last time when they were playing on Oregon against Goober Squad. Goober Squad not expecting this, and they lost a good couple of rounds to this Blitz, just being tearing apart that top floor Pacific and that main floor as well. Really having a tough time defending against the Blitz. The Echo going to be the next one to go. And that's not an operator we actually saw banned out. It is a very common ban, however, not one that was seen in the last matchup. And Mira going to be the final one to go. Not surprising. Mira. Very, very popular ban. So that's what we've got. Avenged are going to, again, start on defense. And So this was something's map pick. Avenged got to choose which side they started on, and I like the fact that they're choosing to start on defense because this can get the ball rolling a little bit for them. I don't necessarily think the defense is that much favored over attack. They're pretty even here on border, or what are we playing? Oregon. That's the next map. I'm getting ahead of myself. They're pretty even for sure. But probably something we weren't able to watch that whole last match. Probably they were just able to catch the last part of it. And so I'm imagining that something have got a lot of strats. They've had a lot of time to think. They've got a lot of information on Avenged's attacking side. And maybe they're going to be a little bit less prepped for these defenses. And so that's good. You know, if you're only going to have to give up one of your sides, you're probably happier to give up your attacking strategies than your defensive strategies. I'll run off these rosters before we really get into things. Over on Avenged, they're going to be playing with 6 Lojacks, Dynasty, Jukes, and Squid. The same 5 we just watched lose to the Goober Squad. And on something, they've got Gun Havoc, Leveron, Nishun, Tense, and Zoinkers. I apologize if I'm not pronouncing any of those correctly. I believe I've cast... I don't know if I've... Yeah, I should have casted these teams before. Definitely have casted Avenged. Leveron? Leveron? Leveron. I'm going to call him Leveron, Nishun, Tense, Zoinkers. Do let me know if I'm pronouncing these names wrong. But for now, that's going to be what they are.
5 seconds remaining.
Starting in the basement. And Avenged, we saw them have a little bit of success with this. I believe they won it one time. Yes, because Avenged, they lost the first 3, then they won it. They won on kids, then they won on basement. So it's not like they've played this too often. So even if something was seen from something, probably they're not going to have scoped out too much information. In fact, I definitely don't think we saw this. Jux was playing up top. He had a deployable shield with him. He's jumped down now, so maybe that was just some sort of a bait. Maybe he's just trying to, you know, scare people. I don't know. Maybe there's somebody up top there, waste a bit of time if they choose to attack on that top floor, potentially. But this is something we did see from them a lot. A lot of players play up top. They play a really aggressive basement defense. Sometimes you see teams put, you know, 4 or even 5 players in the basement. Avenged are definitely not doing that. They've got Dynasty literally peeking the big window and getting away with it, to be sure, but still not a typical play. They've got Squid up in the tower too. I was like, is there a 4th player up here? Yeah, no, they've got their Maestro playing on the top floor of tower. He rotates back down now. But that just shows you how aggressive this team likes to play their basement defense. They've got Jukes with the ACOG looking into the meeting hall. It's going to be a very powerful position to be holding in. It's going to be tough to get him out of that position. 6 has been completely flashed. Dynasty gets down, and now 6 in a really tough spot, but he'll get the first headshot onto Tense, and that's a great job by him. Needs to save his teammate, and he will do it with a 2nd kill onto Zoinkers. He gets the 3rd. Leveron goes down, and all of a sudden it's a 2-on-5. Gets the revive onto Dynasty. Gun Havoc takes down Jukes, shutting down some momentum just a little bit, but man, great play by 6. Probably their star player in the last game against Goober Squad. Showing up why he is one of the best players on this squad, if not the best. It's going to be Gun Havoc next player to try to feed into this menacing Vigil, playing up top with Dynasty, of course, on the Valkyrie. Firing forward a little bit. Gun Havoc has taken a little bit of damage, but he's a little bit less risky than his teammates. And Nishun coming in from the side actually will be able to shut down the menace that is 6, and Gun Havoc finds the other one, puts them in a 2-on-2. They've wasted a lot of time, a lot of health, and a lot of bodies, but eventually they've done it. 45 seconds, diffuser in the hands of Nishun. Don't really have time for a reset. So, of course, they're just going to have to get in towards this bomb site. They're still worried about roamers, and actually they should be, because there is another player still up on this first floor, and he's going to kill Nishun. That's a great pick by Lojacks. The smoke is now roaming too. They're so aggressive, and it pays off for them. Avenged take round number 1. Squid in the tower, looking in the meeting hall with an ACOG. Such a powerful position. Might not have been the Doc that's playing it in the end, but it's still great job by Avenged, getting it 1-0 early. Laundry in the bag, they're going to go up to kids. And again, you don't see a lot of surprises on Oregon. Oregon's a map where you're going to see very much the similar strategies sort of go back and forth. That's a bit surprising, just as I say things. Tense is going to move over to the Maverick. And I kind of like this pick. We've seen Maverick work... Nothing surprising on Oregon. Nothing. Let's see what he goes to. He could still surprise us. No. He's just going to bring out the buck. Well, I was going to say we have seen the Maverick, and I've seen it work actually pretty well if you're trying to get into the meeting hall. Coming in from kitchen, if that's fully reinforced, you can create some really nasty peek holes and deal a lot of damage. I don't know if there's actually going to be anybody playing in meeting hall because this is a kids' dorms hold. Maybe could be in attic if this is reinforced, do a bit of damage that way. Or the walk-in closet as well, probably a good place to play the Maverick from. Armory, I mean, there's a few different spots you can try to put him. And it is going to, the fact that we're teasing him is going to make the defenders a little bit worried. You can't feel super safe every time you're behind a hard wall anymore. But of course, if they can get that information through the cameras, or if they just realize, well, it's been 2 minutes, we haven't seen a Maverick, maybe he got 6 picked off of. But as I was sort of saying, Oregon's a pretty standard map. You don't see a whole lot of change-ups happening. And you'll very rarely see a team not play on Laundry or Kids when they have the option. So, no longer is Laundry an option, they'll go to Kids. Nothing surprising there. LoJack's playing up top, and again, we'll see how aggressive they want to play this, because they've got Dynasty in the kitchen, they've got 6 downstairs. It looked like he was in the meeting hall before he went onto his cams. Jukes, yeah, Jukes is just in the hallway right now. So again, they do like to play a lot of people downstairs, and just as I was saying, there might not be anybody in the meeting hall. Certainly Avenged like to have some people down here. And of course, we'll see how that works out for them. The aggression was a bit too much for something to handle last time. Jukes is in the classroom, ready for anybody to come in through that front door. Gotta be worried about that window right behind him. A lot of bullets firing through these soft walls. Meanwhile, Dynasty's just running around outside. Not a fear in the world, and he's actually about to get a great flank if he realizes that somebody's just walked upstairs. He's gonna wait, bide his time, and gets a nice kill on Tense. Patience is rewarded by Jukes. The attackers already find themselves down a man. Their buck, he would have been more effective if he was on Maverick. Or perhaps just the same. Stun grenades are going to come out if you're trying to burn out that ADS. Of course, Jaeger not banned like we saw on the very first map. Some Claymores going out. Of course, every time you see a very early kill for the defense, you tend to see the rounds slow down. The attackers don't feel anywhere near as confident. They've got to take their time. They can't really rush into things. If you lose, I mean, you've lost one, it's not the end of the world. If you lose one more, though, just like that, things can start to spiral. Six with a great flank coming in through the tower. Finds Zoinkers, and he will fall down on top of the roof. Gunhaver trying to find the refrag if at all possible, but of course that's not going to be given to him. The Roamer 6 just going to run right back downstairs where he likes to hide. And that leaves 3 attackers, Lavron, Nishun, and Gunhavoc. A minute in their time bank trying to get into this bomb site. They seem to know that somebody's down there, but again, there's no real reason for Six to push. Okay, he's going to push. Well, I guess there's a reason. He'll get that C4 kill, and that's so terrible. If Gunhavoc had actually managed to get that kill, he would have saved his teammate. Nishun wouldn't be dead, and now Six is going to get another kill. Six with all of these frags. Jukes will come in and claim the last one of the round, but Six has been absolutely on fire. 6 kills overall in 2 rounds. A great performance by the Pulse so far, and we're barely starting this match. Avenged looking great at the start of this game. Rear stage watchtower, this was their preferred bomb site. In fact, in the last match on Oregon, it went to 12 rounds and we never saw a kitchen. So not surprising to me that they're choosing to go rear stage over watchtower. Not necessarily better than kitchen. Both are pretty bad, but it is kind of personal preference. And we've already seen Avenged tend to prefer this one. So when they defended this against Goober Squad, it was their very last defense. So if something were able to watch anything, it would have been this bomb site that they were able to defend. And they lost it. So if something can tap into that, if something can think back to what Goober Squad did that countered this hold so well, they might just be able to take a round here. Of course, going down 2-0 on attack on Oregon is not the end of the world. I mean, I'm a little concerned about how dominantly and how aggressive Avenged have been playing and getting away with things. But all in all, it's not, you know, they don't have to be too worried yet. Something can still, this will certainly pull this back. We've only just begun this best of 3. Dynasty pretty far off-site in the armory quarter. With that fully reinforced wall, it's going to make it very hard for him to rotate back towards the bomb site should he decide that he wants to do that. And oh no, just running right past these black eyes. I mean, these are things that could be seen eventually with the Thatcher. LeBron will get that, that utility down. Some EMP grenades. Ooh, did that miss? Yes, it did. It's just small things like that that can really add up and start to bite you. Let's take a look back at these roamers. Where are they playing around? In the armory for the Valkyrie. For Dynasty, Lojack's not too far from site. In the attics is Jux. And Squid loving this basement. It's notably not 6 on the pulse this time, and it's actually going to be 6 burning to death up top. I don't know if that has worked one time for him, for anybody, as we've seen this bomb site a few times already being played tonight. The M249 being played by Gun Havoc. And is it going to get a kill? There it goes, finally. It took him a minute, but eventually all those bullets in the clip will connect with Lojack's and get the kill onto him. So they're looking very strong, attacking onto this very off bomb site. Jukes in the meeting hall right now, taking a little bit of damage. Of course, needing to play these angles as much as he can. With the player disadvantage, he needs to start getting aggressive. Knows he needs to make things happen, and just at the wrong moment does he run out right as that last player jumps inside the building, no longer susceptible to an aggressive play by Jukes running outside. They've still got Squid again playing on the staircase, and he needs to be worried about somebody outside too. Jukes again goes for the run out, but does not get anything from it. Tense will win the gunfight. It doesn't win the second one. Squid does get the kill onto him, but again, it's a 4-on-2 retake situation. So difficult. Dynasty finally has met up with Squid. And this is so tough. They got to play the hardest angles possible. Being flashed, completely deafened as well. Squid will fall to Zoinkers playing on the window, and the sliver of HP. Dynasty will fall to Nashu and something get around the board, and round number 3, attacking tower, is theirs. Shouldn't be hard to guess what bomb site we're going to. It is Laundry Supply. And Avenged looked good on this. Again, I'm interested to see how aggressive they want to play. The Valkyrie swap over to the Mute makes me think that they might be playing this a little bit more passively. You don't often see Mute outside of the basement. This is likely going to be a setup. Just if I had to guess, you know, ignoring that it's Avenged, I'd have to guess they're playing 3 basement and then 2 roamers, which is much more typical of what you see. You'll also see the Maestro, the Smoke, and the Mute being playing downstairs. The Mute can be so effective with the shotgun right outside, or right at the bottom of those staircases. It's interesting that they do choose to change things up, despite the fact that it works so well, their first defense, getting so aggressive. Maybe they think their aggressive plays are being found out. Maybe they just like to keep them on their toes. I mean, a 4-2 is much better than a 3-3 after a first round in Oregon. Because a 3-3 is pretty much expected, it's even. Whereas a 4-2 means that you're in a great position to be able to take it in the second half.
10 seconds to go.
So it could just be a playstyle swap up to try to get to catch the enemy off guard. We'll see.
Attackers have recovered their diffusers. Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Dynasty's starting to set things up. And the round will begin. Is Lojack doing anything aggressive? Kind of. He's looking towards the front door. Of course, with this ACOG on the P90, he can do a lot of scary things. Doesn't find anybody immediately running into his gun, but of course a lot of time for him to still find something. 2:30 left to go in this round. 6 playing in the Watchtower, and again, where's Dynasty? Yeah. So this is kind of what I'm expecting. He's not playing aggressively. Of course, Squid and Lojack's also more the support players, more the anchors. They're never really going to be seen outside of that basement. Although, Squid has done some crazy things already in this match, so I wouldn't put it past him. Ooh, and that was a great shot by Gun Havoc. Takes down Jukes, again with that M249. An interesting choice to say the least, but it's been working out for him. A little bit faster on that trigger finger. takes down the dock. That leaves Six a little bit alone in this roam, but as soon as the dock goes down, Squid stands up and takes his place. Oh no, Gun Havoc kills Zoinkers. I'm not even sure how that happened, but that is a very unfortunate mistake. Likely Gun Havoc was just trying to take down the Maestro, who is back in that tower, and managed to catch his teammate at a really bad time. Well, it's 4-on-4, and Gun Havoc has all the kills this round. Maybe we'll see the fabled 6K come out from him. He's still got a long ways to go for that, of course. There is one more still in Meeting Hall. It's going to be 6 that he's got to take care of. Being the flank watch, he really does not want to let this man slip past his gaze. But 6 has actually dropped downstairs, and that was no longer going to be an issue for Gun Havoc. I think that was right after he got droned, so they might still think that there is a roamer. Playing in Meeting Hall, they're going to waste a lot of their time, a lot of their attention just being sent in that direction. Because 6 is not up there, Squid is not up there. They're just watching the same cams. I mean, they're really not a threat anymore, but you're putting a lot of effort into this Meeting Hall, and that's sort of the danger, because you droned him and he immediately dropped, but your drone didn't see him drop. So now you're worried about somebody being in Meeting Hall, but nobody's there. Of course, you could have somebody rotate that way, but you probably don't need 3 of your guys watching down there. Nishun, one of the only players looking towards this basement. The Maestro throws a couple of bullets his direction. Again, Lavron worried about somebody being up in Meeting Hall. This time, somebody's actually there, though. 6 has moved up the staircase and actually made it all the way into attic without being killed. Nishun actually currently going for this plant, but it'll be the C4 from Dynasty that shuts him down. 3 versus 4. 15 seconds to go. Things are starting to get a little bit hectic. Gun Havoc gets another kill, this time on the enemy. Dynasty will fall, makes it a 3-on-3 even scoreline in terms of player count. 6 still trying to get aggressive with this flank, though, and this might just be what they need. Squid and 6 get a kill apiece, and it's going to be all up to 10s in a 1-on-3. He's got no chance at all. Avenged are going to take this round. 3-1 is the scoreline as they continue playing fairly dominantly here on Oregon. So now, we'll go to kids' dorms. And there hasn't really been anything that something can do that have shut down these primary bomb sites. Kids' dorms and laundry have just been really tough for them to crack.
Defenders, protect your
They
bomb.
haven't seemingly found any answers to it. They'll get one more shot, or I guess if they're successful, they'll get 2. But of course, if they fail this time, then they're gonna get to attack on the tower, which I'm sure they're more happy about, or maybe kitchen. See what Avenged want to do. But as I mentioned, you're already pretty happy with a 4-2. No matter what side you're on, you're happy with a 4-2 going into the halftime of Oregon.
Bomb located by attackers.
So even if they lose this, I don't think AVG are going to be too upset by anything. I mean, they've played a good first half. The question really now is how strongly can they finish it off. Let's take a look at their positionings. You've got LoJack's likely not going to drop down. Okay. Make me look like an idiot. He will drop down. He's got to get a little bit more hard destruction. I don't expect to see him play downstairs for long. Yeah, he's on his way back up. Okay. So he just had another hatch to take care of. But not going to be playing on the first floor, which is to be expected. Dynasty, Jux, and 6, though, they're more than happy to be playing down here. And this is what you see a lot of time from Avenged. I mean, it's not crazy to see 3 roamers on the first floor, don't get me wrong. But it is a little bit strange. I think 2 would be the most common, and I think 1 would even be acceptable. Basically depends how many people you can fit on that top floor. But clearly not something that Avenged are worried about, fitting as many people as they can on the top floor. They're more than happy to let people roam around on that first floor and just do whatever they wish. The attackers may be happy about that too, though, because they're putting a lot of emphasis on the top floor. They're not really worried about the roam clear right now. They've got Nishun, who's already taking control of Master Bedroom, I believe, alongside Tense. Yes, it is. Zoinkers, if anybody, might be somebody who's clearing out that first floor, but nope, he's coming up top as well. Gun Havoc, you can tell, playing these windows, playing that roof. It's only Lavron who's actually worried about these roamers, and he's nowhere near on the mark to where they might actually be. Here's his teammate clearing a bit of C4. Tense with that frag grenade in hand. Of course, there's still that Jaeger that you gotta be worried about, but nothing going on yet, just past the halfway mark into this round number 5. LeBron on the roam clear has to take this so slowly. He's got to drone for himself, then he's got to find the kill, then he's got to re-drone to make sure nobody's moved, and it's pretty difficult. Means this team's not even all that confident that somebody's watching their back. They aren't about to get flanked. And that could be really bad here. The attic being opened up might have been opened by tents. Looks like it was. Notably, there is somebody playing up inside there. It'll be Gun Havoc. The first one to get a kill, though. Again, Jux will fall, but Squid comes down for the retrade. 4-on-4. A couple of these X-Cargo's holes being opened in the hallway. Dynasty finds tents in the meantime, as Nishun finds himself in a 3-on-4. LeBron looking for these last few players who are roaming around, but he can't quite seem to find any of them. Zoinker's about to find one in the attic, perhaps, but oh, he's just missed the head. Some bullets fly towards him, but now it's a very dangerous game for both parties. We've still got Nishun, who's also just trying to force out Dynasty, but Dynasty playing is very safe. And of course, he doesn't need to get aggressive. It's 15 seconds. Nishun needs to start planting right now, or else they're going to lose the round inside the stairway. That's so difficult to land that shot. Right in the middle of the hallway. He's not looking the right direction. LoJax gets an easy kill. LeBron, the last man standing, eating so many bullets and Avenged. Clean up round number 5. Nice and easy. Going to be 4-1 as we approach the final round and a half. So they've lost it twice tonight, but they're going to give it a third go. Rear stage watchtower. This tells me that they're really not confident about their kitchen hold. But, you know, who cares? Really, you can be a good enough team, especially at this level, especially against some of these attempted Challenger League level teams. I don't want to say wannabe, because that's got some negative connotations, but some of these hopeful Challenger League teams, let's say. You don't necessarily need to know all 4 bomb sites on Oregon. 3 is fine. I'm not saying they know this one very well. Maybe they should take another look at how they want to hold tower. But yeah, if you can only hold 3, if you can only prep for 3, that's not the end of the world. As long as you got basement, as long as you got kids' dorms, it should be fine, more or less. I mean, yeah. We'll see if they want to hold this one. 4-2, the worst scoreline Avenged can have going into the second half. Again, not too bad. It's not amazing. It doesn't guarantee you a win or anything. A 5-1 would be pretty crazy. I can't imagine they would lose a 5-1. It could happen, of course, but it would be tough. We'll just have to wait and see how this round plays out. Now, 6 has consistently played on this top floor with deployable shields and ADSs, and he has consistently burned to death. We'll see if it happens again. He's setting up all the utility just like he always does, but again, those ADSs do not stop firebolts. And Gun Havoc, he loves his M249. Almost saw somebody on the flank watch. Could have been an early death to the Capitao, but he's going to back off just in the nick of time, not be in any danger himself. Also, of course, not getting that kill. Let's take a closer look at these attackers, see what they're actually up to. Coming outside the tower, pretty common. Want to make sure none of these Valkyrie cams are watching them, and I think one of them is. Yes, it is. Great spot by Dynasty, actually. He's playing in a position where he could go for a run out here. You'd have to run a little bit far, and he doesn't have an ACOG, of course, on that MPX, but it is an option. Once again, 6 in a difficult position. It's going to be Gun Havoc, the main man, who might try to take him down. But it's actually going to be Jux, the first man to fall. The other German operator being played by the defense, and Zoinkers. I see. It was an aggressive play by the Bandit. Did not work out for him. Great job on the Ash to be able to watch that flank. It's one that can catch a lot of teams off guard. And you can already hear these firebolts being thrown out. The first one narrowly avoided by 6. Looks like he took a little bit of damage. But he's already kind of hurt going into this. Oh, they're actually just wasting the other side of the room. So yeah, I doubt he took any damage. They don't know at all where he's at. This is so good. Oh, but well, he's got an easy kill on this Ash. Yes, he does. Great play. That's how you finally get the Jagger to work when playing on the top floor. However, the rest of your team not doing so hot. Tense is going to get the last kill onto, I believe that was Lojax. And no Maestro is a big deal. MP's being thrown inside. 6, not too worried about it though. Dynasty's going to get another kill. Tense will end up falling. Last man to get it one. And Lavron needs to watch this for a little bit longer because there is somebody right beside that doorway. Nishun try to trade it out. There's a C4. Can they shoot it? Well, they take a little bit of damage. Gotta be careful not to kill your teammate. That's gonna be good enough. Headshot trades out for headshot. Nishun finds himself in a 1-on-2 and a great run out by 6. Makes it 5-1 going into the second half. A great scoreline here on Oregon. Brilliantly played by the team captain of Avenged. Let's check out the scoreboard. Yeah, 10 kills for 6. Gun Havoc with 7. Very clear, strong leaders on both of these teams. Showing a very powerful performance. As we start off this do or die match for both teams. Of course, the power performance coming out from 6, a little bit more impactful. He's going to hop on that Ash. Certainly he deserves it, the way he's been playing. And it seems like the gimmicks never stop from AVG. You take away the blitz from Squid, alright, he's going to play Glass. It goes from one annoying operator to the other. You ban one, he's going to play the other. That's great versatility you see from Avenged. Shows the limitation of that ban system. You can't just ban out everything. You're going to have to deal with some of these annoying options that you can't play, that your opponent can take advantage of.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Of course, there's no reason something couldn't have brought in the blitz. Or, sorry, the glass. There is a reason they couldn't have brought the blitz. It's banned. There's no reason they couldn't have brought the glass. Chose not to. Especially on Oregon, especially attacking Kid Storms. It can be a really good operator. Taking control of this big window just gives you so many sight lines. Even like getting into the armory or back into the closet. There's a lot you can do. Playing on the windows, maybe? We'll see what he wants to do with it. Of course, Lavron might be the man who's trying to challenge him. He's going for a super early spawn peek. Takes some damage because of it. Of course, he's got those stim pistols, so he's not too worried about anything like that. But no harm, no foul. He'll back off. When you do runouts, that's why you choose Doc. It's much safer. You've got the ACOG, so you've got a great opportunity to get some kills at long range. And also, if you take a bit of damage, as long as you don't get shot in the head, you can heal that back up. Nice and easy. Not too worried about anything like that. Let's go back over to these attackers. Avenged, of course, 2 rounds away from sending into map number 2 with themselves 1-0 up. And it looks like Squid's going to be looking more towards this closet, getting into the master bedroom. It's going to be Gun Havoc, though, the first one to get a kill onto Dynasty. 6, maybe some competition. Somebody coming for his spot as top fragger in the server. He's got to watch out for that. Might want to get a few more kills of his own just to cement himself in that position. However, Squid in a great spot. He seems to know that the Jaeger is there. Oh, yes, he does. Oh, no, but just missing those pixel perfect angles. That is really rough. I don't even think that the Gun Havoc was going to play that passively. I think he probably could have taken a bit more time. Squid might have been able to get that kill. But of course, we've got a lot more information than he does, so excuse me. That's what you got to do sometimes. Squid will drone out the Jaeger of Gun Havoc. And I'm not sure that's a peek you want to take if you're Gun Havoc. I mean, clearly Squid hasn't hit anything yet, but you're just offering your head on a silver platter. Eventually, he's going to snag it. Wow, but not that time. Maybe his glass pick wasn't as scary as I was thinking. Squid has not proven that he can be a good glass yet. At least not in this matchup. I'm sure he is. Right? He wouldn't have picked it if he wasn't confident, but not having the match that he needs to. His team has wasted a lot of time waiting for him to get a pick. Might just be up to LoJax to come around and get this from him, but he actually had a great opportunity. He doesn't realize that he's actually rotated over towards the left half of that window, and he's going to lose his life because of it. Gun Havoc not only gets the kill on a LoJax, but that's Diffuser down. Not in a great position to deny anybody else from picking it up, but, well, really, I mean, if he can stay alive here, he'll stand up just to get that ping. Probably not going to be worth it in the end. Same time, though, Nishun is going to get a kill onto his teammate. And Jukes takes down LeBron, making it a 2-on-3. Still trying to get a little bit forward. 6 right behind his teammate as they're starting to get forward. Nishun finds 6. And Jukes the last man standing. 2 seconds to go. He's got no time at all. Something claim round number 7. The first one in their favor after the half swap. Looks like there were some unfortunate bugs that Avenged are not super happy about. What can you do, though? It's just the way it's got to be sometimes. The upside for them is I don't know that that's going to be the backbreaker around the oh-so crucial one. They still put themselves in quite an advantage. And Squid, clearly, still feeling confident with this class. As I mentioned, Gun Havoc come for that top spot. 6 got to be a little bit careful. He doesn't want to lose that. Oh so meaningless top fragger in the server. Gold medal. So they're going to laundry. Again, very expected. We'll see if they played as aggressively as Avenged did. Looking at this lineup, well, they don't have the Maestro. Which is weird. They don't have Maestro or Valkyrie. So they're taking really no information gathering operators. I mean, like, none of these operators could really be considered information gathering operators. Maybe if you're spawn peeking with Doc, that's information. They've instead opted for a lot of fragging power. They got that hard breach style in terms of the mutes. Alright. Maybe they want to take this aggressively too. Zoinker's up in the watchtower. Tense is going to be in the basement. Nishun obviously in the basement. And Levron also playing in the basement. And again, there's no blitz, so they don't have to worry about shields. I kind of feel like a Maestro is the better call here. Better than a Legion or... Yeah. I don't know about that one. I guess they wanted to play it more aggressively. You know, you don't want that. You are kind of restricted when you're playing the Maestro. You can't really die because your team's in a lot of trouble if you die as a Maestro. So if LeBron just wanted to play aggressively, maybe that's the better choice. But obviously not working out for him that time. The aggression comes back and bites him. Early 5-on-4 advantage for Avenged. Tense needs to stare at his teammate's head just dropping down the hatch. That's a morbid thing to be looking at as a defender. Can't imagine that's super morale boosting. Gun Havoc needs to be worried about these players in kitchen, but he might be able to get the jump on them. There's a Claymore that's been placed, and he will get spotted. However, great shot by Zoinkers with that ACOG. They're not expecting that. He's going to get the kill. Even up numbers, Dynasty will fall. That's the buck going down. That's a nice kill. That means no more frag grenades that you have to worry about. Of course, you've got those ADSs downstairs, but still your utility is nice and safe. Shooting this little board, I guess. Let's take a look at Squid, because this is the man who is having a little bit of trouble seeing around this dead body. Again, a very unfortunate place to die. He's just flying in the middle. Okay, sure. These smoke's going to help him quite a bit. Of course, he needs to be careful he doesn't die to those gas canisters, and Tense will actually get the headshot on a LoJack, so maybe not quite as safe as he thought whilst he was planting there. It's actually been Gun Havoc, who's been buffed up by his Doc. That's not something you see very often. He takes the trade for a little bit of damage, that is. Of course, nice and safe thanks to his Doc. So an interesting play. Jux will take down Zoinkers, making it back onto a 3-on-3. Maybe not super aware of how close that player is. Six needs to be so careful. Nashun kills Squid with that gas canister, but Jux again gets the retrade. However, down is Jux. Six needs to decide. Is he going to try to pick up his teammate, or is he going for that plant? He decides he needs the firepower. He's, of course, losing a lot of time by doing this, but might be what he needs, especially when he's going to immediately feed. Ends up falling. Jukes cannot afford to do the same thing. Pick up his teammate, and because of that, something take round number 8. It's starting to slip for Avenged. We've seen a complete mirror so far. And again, usually what you'll see on Oregon, if you've got two perfectly balanced teams, you'll expect to see something like, I don't know. You expect to see something like those main bomb sites being won twice and lost twice, something like that. And then probably like the offsite being lost once. Maybe they win their main sites 3 times, lose their main sites twice, and then lose the offsite once. Avenged did good enough on their main sites that they put themselves up 4-2. They never lost their main sites. But so far, out of 2 rounds, something haven't lost their main sites either. So it was a good performance by Avenged, but it is being matched so far by something. And even if they lose this one, they're not super scared because they are going to be going to tower. Nobody liking kitchen tonight.
Bomb located by attackers.
Rear stage tower seems to be where all the action is at for the offsites. So again, you put your best fragger onto the Jaeger. You put him upstairs. Notably bringing the barbed wire. Does one of his teammates have a deployable shield? I don't think so. Nope. He is putting ADSs up here, so I imagine he's going to be playing on the top floor. It's going to be a lot weaker without those deployable shields, but the ADSs might be enough because notably, Avenged have not chosen to bring a Kappa Tau.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
That's another big question mark for me. That's one of the most powerful operators to get somebody like Gun Havoc out of the top of that tower. If Gun Havoc proves to be a real thorn in the side of Avenged, this could easily be a round that goes in favor of something. And at that point, Avenged need to get real worried. And that's exactly what he needed to do. Gun Havoc gets aggressive onto Six, who is playing right next to that open window. And these ADSs just alerting him that somebody might be coming right in towards him. Jux is going to take down Tense, even out the numbers a little bit. He was down to that first floor, able to fire in through the doorway that had already been opened up. But Gun Havoc lives. Dynasty might be a more difficult opponent with that shield in his face, however. Gun Havoc does not care about your shields. Of course, the fact that those stick out a little bit makes it easier to break the shield in the fight. Oh, and that's a great opportunity. Gun Havoc a little bit slow this time, though. I believe that was Squid that he almost got the kill onto. Dynasty, the other man who's playing around this window. Squid trying to take the fight. Lojax, of course, here as well. All focusing on Gun Havoc. I would definitely say he's been, at the very least, a thorn in the side. Now he's laying on the ground. They throw these flashes in. They get a great opportunity to be able to just get that kill. But nobody has pressured Gun Havoc after he's been flashed. Every single time. Oof. He's been let go completely free. And that's another missed opportunity by Squid. I mean, we've heard about his glass plays. We've heard the glass is very, very deadly from him. But he has yet to prove it. "54 seconds, still missing is Squid. Gun Havoc has not been taken care of, and we are so late into this round. What are the other players even doing? They're probably bored at this point. They're saying, Gun Havoc, stop having all the fun. We need to do something in this round. And Gun Havoc says, nah, I think I'm fine playing by these windows, staying alive. And finally, looks like the attackers just choose to give up. And that might be a mistake. Zoinkers, ever lurking, ever patient, playing around that basement, takes down Lojax, not ready for the Valkyrie being played down there. Jux running forward into the site. Nobody thinks that he's going to be able to get that one. Squid will take down Dynasty, and it's a 4-on-1 of Squid. He needed something to get his momentum up. 10 seconds as the Glaz, the 1-on-3. He'll do his best. PMM in hand. Not a chance. Gun Havoc rubs it in his face. Gets the kill. Something 3 rounds in a row on defense. That's dangerous. And chat, thank you so much for reminding me eventually to change my stream title. Because, yeah. I appreciate you, Twitch chat. I really do. Just like I appreciate this game because we are getting close. So let's explain for a little bit why that's so big, so important for something. They've won 3 rounds in a row on defense. That means they've won on every bomb site they need to. They just need to repeat that, and they have won the game. Or the map, I should say. They haven't won the game. Squid sticking with the Glaz. I just haven't been impressed by it yet. I mean, he has not shown that he can hit those shots on Glaz. His reactions have been a little bit slow. It just felt like Blitz was more what he was more his speed. At this point, well, they're basically relying on him to pop off because 6 has slowed down quite a bit. He's only at 11 kills. He was at 10 2 rounds ago. The other guys are doing fine.
10 seconds remaining.
But again, starting to slip. They haven't found anything. The fact that they managed to leave Gun Havoc alive for so long, why did they bring the Capitao? You knew there was a great chance you're going to be attacking tower. Maybe they scouted this team out. They thought, no way they're attacking tower. Although I kind of doubt that.
Locate a bomb and defuse
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. They should have brought the Capitao. That's all I'm going to say. They will get another chance at it at the very last round if it ends up coming to that. That'll be to force it into overtime. But of course, we're still a long ways out from that. It's round number 10. And Avenged are going to have a second chance to attack onto Kid Storms. Gun Havoc feeling so confident about this position. He'll try it again. They really want a lot of this watchtower control. Gun Havoc already taking a little bit of damage, but it'll be LeVron the first one to get a kill. Firing up to the floorboard of the Zoinkers. Almost hits his own teammate. Gotta be a little bit careful on that one. Of course, should know about where his teammate is at, so maybe not the end of the world. And again, 6 going down. 6 has been so quiet in the second half. Talked about this a little bit when we were watching Goober Squad. It's important that when your top fragger is not popping off, that the rest of the team can come in and make sure that he's okay. Make sure that the team doesn't fall apart after your best player, you know, stops performing to the same level that he has been. And I haven't seen that yet from Avenged. Of course, now is their chance. And we get in towards this tower. Jumping in, looks like they have taken control of it. Gun Havoc is moved over to the attic. He is about to find a head. Oh no, Dynasty will go down. That's the Buck, not even aware that there might be somebody inside of attic. LoJack's just now trying to clear that out, but it's a little bit too late. Your teammate has already fallen, and you are now in a bad spot. 5-on-3. The 2-player advantage can be quite hard to surpass. Again, they'd really like for Squid to start popping off. I mean, this round, he hasn't had a lot of great opportunities. That'll be a great opportunity. However, I think he just shot his teammate. Finally gets a kill for his troubles. I mean, he got one last round. Let's not be too hard on him. But that one he definitely deserved. And he will claim it. 4-on-2 now. He's going to push in forward again. Missing the shot on the smoke. That was a tough shot to hit. And he's got very little HP. Charges forward. It'll be a trade. Not quite good enough, especially not with the evil eye of LeVron. Ends up cleaning him up. Nishun still down and able to get picked right back up. Yes, he will be A-okay. That hurts. 4-on-1. Jux. 15 seconds. A nice headshot on a tense. A great duel by him. Brings out the knife. I like the attempt. Not going to be enough, though. Zoinkers ends up with a kill and something. Clean up round number 10. Their 4th one in a row. And this has been absolutely amazing. The comeback from something. I mean, 5-1 after the first half. That's not a great scoreline. You should not be winning these games. But all of a sudden, we're tied up. Now something gets to defend Laundry. I mean, you have to imagine they win this round, right? So at this point, Avenged are basically playing for overtime. Even if Avenged win this one, they're gonna have to win on basement again, right? I mean, that's tough. They haven't even shown they can attack on basement once. They gotta do it twice. Finally, Squid changes off of the Glass to the Montaigne. I like that he swapped. I'm worried it's too late.
Attackers need
We'll have to
locate
find out.
and defuse bomb.
Taking a closer look at this setup. Zoinker's going to be playing on the top floor again. This time they are bringing the Maestro. Of course, they didn't seemingly need it last time.
10 seconds to insertion.
And they wanted even without. But I like that they're bringing it this time. Gun Havoc again going to be on the Jaeger. Of course he is, and he's still upstairs. He's in a position where he could go to tower.
Attackers must locate and defuse.
So, get excited? No. It's going to be Zoinkers playing there this time. Makes more sense. He's got the ACOG. And you're not really worried about somebody pushing you out from up there. Maybe now you are, just because Gun Havoc has proven to be so powerful in that position, but we'll see. Now, Tense on the Bandit is an interesting choice, especially since he's not playing on the top floor. He's actually playing in the basement. So he's used a couple of these Bandit batteries in Meeting Hall, which is to be expected. If you're not putting Bandit batteries in Meeting Hall, probably you should just go mute, so you can at least deny that hatch for a little bit. Eventually that does get open. Tense just has to sit there and watch. And I don't think they know there's a Montaigne yet. They will soon, of course. But I don't think he's seen anybody. So, and there was a 6th pick, of course. We're gonna really pressure these roamers. Jukes takes a little bit of damage, which is unfortunate, but Gun Havoc takes some in return, so it is basically an even trade there. Although they've got the dock, so never mind. 6 taking a little bit as well from something. I know Squid, at some point they have to have seen the Montaigne. If they haven't, well, they're about to. Here he comes, charging downstairs. One of the best operators to plant the bomb because he can be pretty much invincible. He's facing towards a corner. You cannot shoot him in the back. Jukes will be able to shoot somebody, though. It is Zoinkers who falls inside a Meeting Hall again. Doing a great job with this flank watch. Just as I say that, though, could put himself in a very risky position. Stopped watching it for just a moment. And the enemy got a little bit of an opportunity to get some kills. Now Tense notably has rotated up towards this Meeting Hall. So this is where I was saying I was surprised he wasn't playing beforehand. I don't love the fact that he's waited this long to come back up now that they're already down a player. Plant is going down, and there is nothing stopping this. They had the gas canister, but it just wasn't correctly positioned. Dynasty will take down Gun Havoc, making it a 3-on-5. Another one falling low. Jacks the headshot on his shoe. Tense finally gets one for his teammates, but it might not be enough. He gets traded by Jukes, and it's all up to Lervon. The 1v4 retake against the Montaigne. Oh, sorry. He just needs to... well, low Jacks will get taken down. Either way, Avenged will win the round, and that's big. That's really big. The Montaigne... I was worried it was too late, but it seems like it was just in time. They still have an opportunity to close out this match without going to overtime, something not afforded that luxury. And the win streak will be broken. Interesting. Rear stage. So Squid is probably not sticking the Maverick. Yeah, I didn't think so. I just wonder if they think they're attacking basement. Because you kind of think maybe he's going to show, he's going to show something else and stick the Maverick if they think it's going to be tower and swap if they think it's going to be basement. Just based on, what the operators are being played by something. It's possible they misread that. It's also possible he was going Montaigne no matter what. It's the only thing that has worked for him so far on attack.
Attackers have located a bomb.
But interesting, something choosing to go to the tower rather than trying the basement again. I think before I saw last round, I would have not liked this play. But the way they lost it, Avenged seemed pretty confident in their basement take.
5 seconds left.
And honestly, if Gun Havoc can stay alive up top as long as they did last time, then this is a strong bomb site, right? I mean, if you cannot get Gun Havoc out of here, again, they still didn't bring the Capitao. If you cannot get Gun Havoc out of this position, you're going to have a terrible time taking this site. You know, you're never going to win this bomb fight. But what have they brought instead? They brought a bunch of flashes, smokes. They got a lot to burn out these ADSs. They've got 4 operators that can burn things out. They've got the EMP grenades, and of course Dynasty with the frag grenades. But that's pretty much all they can use to flush them out. They're gonna have to waste a lot of utility. It could have all been avoided by playing the Capitao. Maybe their plan is to just ignore him. I mean, they are putting a lot of pressure towards this meeting hall. They've got nobody outside of the tower. Maybe they decided they don't care. I think Gun Havoc is reading into that same thing. He's thinking, oh, they're just not pushing me. All right, let's rotate. Let's try to focus on meeting hall. There's a reason why meeting hall isn't usually pushed into tower, because it's a little bit weaker than taking the top part of tower. I mean, you do usually see people in here, but usually not the whole team, and usually not this early. That attic control can be really important. I don't know who's up there. That's tense. Allows the defenders to kind of get in behind. Speaking of in behind, Zoinkers is in walk-in closet right now, and that's very unexpected. Oh no, but he's giving himself away. Yes, the Habana heard that. Blowjax is so scared. He's like, what the hell was that? Maybe he thinks he's hearing something? Oh, he does not know. Zoinker's position, amazingly, still not given away. He's going for that C4 to stop the Habana charges, but he should be trying to take down the last player. Good on him to be at least able to kill the Habana. So that's some guns taken out of it. That's, of course, some X-Kairos. I believe one set still not exploded. Oh no, did you get all 3? That looked like a 3 tall X-Kairos hole. Yikes. Well, I understand why he threw that Claymore out. That would have been huge had he lived long enough to pop it. But is not to be. Means we're in a 4-on-4. Means the attackers did get what they wanted. They are able to go for this plant, getting flashed, but they're not too concerned about that. Gun Havoc does take down Squid. Of course, that's been one of the top fraggers, if not the top fragger in the server. Dynasty able to get this plant off. There it goes. The Buck able to land that, and notably, somebody is starting to flank. Might be able to come right up on behind him. Jukes is still playing up top.
Defenders have eyes on the
Dynasty
attackers need to protect it.
worried about this flank. Is that Nishun? Yes, it is. Nishun coming right around, but he's not looking. Dynasty is 3-on-3. Jukes gets another one, and all of a sudden the defenders find themselves in a player disadvantage. Gun Havoc popping off, though. Coming inside the attic. He's going to need to win this in the clutch. He's got to get this defuse, and he's got to get a couple more kills in order to not lose this very first map, but it won't happen. Avenged narrowly let that map slip out of their fingers, but eventually, at the last moment, they will clinch it. 7-5 is the scoreline on Oregon. Something's map pick will go in favor of the opponent. And we will look towards the second map. Depending on, you know what, yeah, I think I'm going to throw it as the music. My voice is pretty dead. But don't go anywhere. It's not going to be a long break, I promise. Thanks for hanging on for that short break, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting into Border for our second map. If you missed it, Avenged took map number 1. 7-5 was the scoreline. We will now move over to Avenged's map pick. So this is looking bad already for something. That was the map where they had, they had extra info because they had watched Avenged play that map. And, well, hopefully they had some prep strats for it. That makes sense. Something know that Blitz is a great operator for Avenged. Squid is very good with the Blitz, very good with the shields in general. He played a lot of Glass last time, and clearly something we're not too concerned about the Glass. He had a bad time on it. Gun Havoc not happy about the Ying being banned. That has been Avenged banned every single time. Squid. Clearly talking about some history there. Zoinkers appreciates the Glass. However, it was available last time and he didn't play it at all. So, we'll see if that's a bait. Mirror Echo. Nothing surprising in this. The Blitz surprising if you don't know the matchup, but against Avenged, the Blitz not surprising. So here we are, potentially the final map of the night, potentially the final map of something's Challenger League Season 9 hopes. Of course, this is lower round 1 for Challenger League qualifier playoffs for Season number 9 of North America, which means the loser of this is out. And they can hold their head high as the 16th best team not in Pro League or Challenger League in North America. That's something. So let's talk a little bit about when we saw Avenged defend this, because we saw 5 rounds of Avenged defending this this map. They played Armory Lockers, Ventilation, Armory Lockers, and they won. What did they win? They won the middle 3. So they lost 2. They lost Armory Lockers twice. They won Ventilations twice, and they won Armory Lockers once. So interesting that they're still choosing to start here. I'm not going to say surprising because it is to be expected. You're playing on Border. You start in Armory Lockers. Not always. You know, we saw last time Goober Squad chose to start on Ventilation Workshop.
10 seconds to go.
Am I remembering these correctly? I believe I do. I believe I am. Avenged started on defense? No, Avenged started on defense before. Oh, hold on. Something's starting on defense this time. I'm getting confused. Okay, yeah, we haven't seen this team defend. So this is all new. Ignore whatever I was just saying. They're defending on Armory Lockers, and we didn't watch this team last round. So, of course, we did not see them play this. At the half swap, I'll say what I was about to say. Gun Havoc on the Pulse. Was a very influential player. Almost brought it back for something. But, ooh, okay. 6 goes down immediately. And that's a big play. Gun Havoc taking down the top fragger for Avenged. Gonna hurt them quite a bit as they start to get in here. And such an aggressive play. That is not something you see every day. In fact, ever. I don't know if I've ever seen a play exactly like that. Gun Havoc just, yeah. Decides he's gonna get a kill, so he gets it. Alrighty. Dynasty trying to get up top is a very difficult jump to try to make. I do want to see if he can make it. Oh, and he does do it. Now he's got a great angle to throw in this frag grenade. Sounds like it exploded. Didn't get any damage, but maybe there was some utility down there. Who knows? Who knows? Both the Thatcher and the Buck helping out in the destruction of that wall. Dynasty slightly more effective. Ooh, and Jux, what are you doing? You're looking around for cameras wide out in the open. Tense punishes that. LoJax did manage to open something up with that exothermic charge, likely into the bomb site, the B bomb site right there to the right of Dynasty. Gives LoJax a chance to plant if he were anywhere near where the site is, but he currently is not. Squid trying to find a position where he can play as well, and Dynasty's actually the one to get the kill. They were certainly trying to get the kill on a tense, managed to pinch him in, managed to get their first kill of this round, or of this map, sorry, and the round. 40 seconds to go. The attackers still attempting to execute this strategy. Squid's starting to get a little bit forward. LoJax, of course, playing outside the window. Dynasty watching the flank. Nice and easy. You don't have to rush this. They're going to pop off the smokes and get Squid in as far as he can. He needs to be a little bit worried about this gas canister. And, of course, that Evil Eye. Oh, no. Loses his life to the combination of the Evil Eye and the smoke. The utility too much. And another one. LeVron with the Evil Eye takes down LoJax. That's 2 operators down just to utility alone. And now this will be the gun. Could it finish off this first round in favor of something? Yes, it will. Gun Havoc pulls out the pistol. And Avenged will fall asleep in that first round. The utility and the guns coming out from something. Too much. So with a successful defense, they're going to move to the Ventilation Workshop. Nothing surprising about that. Squid sticking with the glass. I mean, it wasn't a terrible glass. He didn't really have the opportunity to do a whole lot in that last round. Would have been nice to actually not die to all that utility, but I think you're dying to that utility no matter what operator you're playing. Maybe if you're not Thatcher.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
So again, what I like to point out when they're defending on this bomb site is you'll see a lot of players playing up top. It's really important to keep this top floor control. And of course, something know that. It's always interesting to see how many teams play, how many operators they play up top. I've seen as much as 5 to as little as 2. So there's, you know, quite a range. Nashun not going to want to stay up there. I imagine LeVron also on the bottom floor. And Gun Havoc also staying down there. So this is one of those defenses where only 2 people are playing up top, at least as we start the round. It's very cold in this room, so it makes sense. Dunkers a little bit chilly. Also the camera spot, I guess. But yeah, with Gun Havoc on the pulse, you don't want him up top necessarily. And he's going to take this initial peak fight. No damage is exchanged. That's always dangerous when there's a glass on the field. Even though Squid hasn't, you know, popped off all that much, you still have to respect them. You still have to be a little bit worried because he could turn on at any moment. And at this level, you know, nobody's bad at this level. Nobody at this level plays glass as much as Squid has, if they're not good at the operator, right? Get an off game, fair enough. Oh, and that's a great opportunity. Easy peasy. And that's why IQ is such a good operator. Jukes takes down Gun Havoc. Not a matchup that the Pulse likes. Not one at all. Yeah, IQ a really great pick. I mean, you've got the Pulse, obviously. You're going to be able to take down those Black Eyes. You've got the Maestro Evil Eyes, should you need to find those if you can't. Last round, they had trouble finding the Evil Eye. So, yeah. Great pick by Jux. Not a lot comboing off of that, though. Notably, it's still just tense up on this top floor. Zoinkers did drop on down, as we were seeing. Not a lot of attackers up here either, though. Both teams not paying a whole lot of attention to the top floor. Pretty contrary to what you usually see while this bomb site is being played. very slow from the attackers. LeBron might be able to punish them for that because he's taking a very aggressive angle on this window. Or sorry, the doorway. He's just looking out the main door. That smoke's going to make him back off, though. Of course, he backed off before then, but... Oh my god, the sound cue, and then he just ADS's into the head of Squid. Squid is the glass. Squid can see you, and he wins those gunfights based off sound cues alone. That's insane. Dynasty will go down at the same time. That makes it a 3-on-4, essentially. As soon as he gets finished off, assuming he doesn't get picked up. LoJax will start the plant, though, and that's some good news for Avenged. Worried about this top floor 6, and the gunfight takes it in the end, and Jukes at the same time does find the eventual kill on to LoJax. Or sorry, not on LoJax, that's his teammate. LoJax gets the plant down, though. And Dynasty will be picked back up, so it's a 2-on-4. Something not looking anywhere near as strong as they did in the last round, and they will lose their 4th player, LeBron, down to LoJax and Lashun in a 1-on-4. He needs to get this disable. And at this point, with 1 kill in the bag, it's going to be all but over for Avenged. They will clean up this round, sorry. Put it at a tie game. Ventilation workshop. Of course, we're going back there. That makes sense. Armory locker still not available, and the offsites are not super favorable for the vendors. So, he only lost it once. I wouldn't say it was close, but it took a long time. Avenged managed to pull off that last-second rush, but that's not going to work every single time. If Avenged do the same play that they did last time, there's no guarantee it's going to go the same way. I was really just keen on them winning their gunfights, and man, that LeBron. Oh, I'm still smiling about that Maverick kill onto the glass. That's just, I mean, I feel real bad for Squid because there's no way he should ever be getting shot in that situation. But great play from LeBron. I wonder if they're gonna move any more players to the top floor. They've at least put tents onto the Legion, which is not an operator they had last time. Of course, moving. I believe they had Gun Havoc on the Pulse last time, or they had somebody on the Pulse. It might be Zoinkers playing the Valkyrie from downstairs. Looks like he wants a camera outside. A little bit slow, but hopefully nobody catches that out. Of course, well, okay. Jukes didn't spawn on that side of the map, so they're at least going to get a little bit of intel from it. So tents upstairs, Gun Havoc upstairs. Zoinkers could rotate. Certainly on the roam. Looks like at the moment he's content just to fire in through some soft walls. Gun Havoc, what are you doing? Running across the open windows, takes a bit of bullet damage, and he's going to drop into Tellers. Same time, Zoinkers does move up, so they're continuously having somebody on, or 2 people on the top floor, sorry. Again, it's pretty important to keep control of it. At least for a little while. As long as you possibly can. It's much easier to support the guys downstairs from upstairs than it is vice versa. We'll see Gun Havoc in customs. Starting to approach. I mean, there's nobody immediately in his sights, and with 6 droning him out, yeah, he's going to have to move. They know he's in there. If he had godlike game sense, he might be able to fire through that soft wall and get somebody, but it looks like it's actually going to be 6 who's looking in towards him. Somebody at the very least, Dynasty, getting a kill. And that was another player who was playing up top. So again, as soon as they lose somebody up top, well, Gun Havoc will rotate. Zoinkers is not technically on the 2nd floor, but he wants to be. Jukes runs up the stairs and wins the gunfight. That ACOG so important at those long ranges. Interesting angle by Zoinkers. I can't say I see that one too often. I like it. I mean, nobody's on that 2nd floor for him to actually find, and LeBron is... Oof, LeBron loses his battle. He's in a 1-on-5. They don't know where he's at, but eventually they find him. And Avenged, an easy round number 3. They looked very dominant in that one. That was first half Oregon Avenged. With Armory Locker's archives being opened back up, Avenged are, or sorry, something are, of course, going to go there. Their Armory Locker's defense looked strong. It looked fine. Usually that's bomb set that's going to favor the defenders. The Ventilation Workshop defense just really didn't look like it was on the right level that it needed to be at. It was weird. They had a lot of roamers, but the roamers weren't up top where you'd expect the roamers to be. They tried different things. They had a Pulse, they had a Valkyrie. Neither of them really work, or were really working, sorry. I'm sure they could work in theory, but of course not that time. Those are issues they're going to have to deal with, but not right now. Right now, they can go back to what they know. They can go back to holding Armory Lockers.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds to insertion.
Take a look at these stats real quick.
Attackers have
Squid at the top of the scoreboard. Not top in frags, but looks like he has been performing on the glass. So we'll give him that. They're playing with a Bandit, and this is not something you see all that often on Armory Lockers. It's sort of fallen out of favor. Of course, it used to be very popular. You just hold onto this wall as long as possible with bandit tricks and everything that you can. Now that people tend to go down below, it makes it really tough to play a Bandit here. It makes it tough to trick. It's interesting. A lot of times people choose to take other utility or just better guns. Not a bad choice, though. Not all that at a left field. They've got Gun Havoc playing in the offices, which I don't believe we've seen him play here before. It's the farthest roamer they have. It's not very far because it's Armory Lockers. You don't really need anybody going that far. It's going to be Zoinkers, though. Just as I was saying, the Bandit, not all that common. Well, it works out for him. Takes down 6, and that was likely actually getting a kill from somebody from down below. Because on that Ash, you generally want to be the guy who's playing from beneath, using your utility to open up some holes and taking down those bandit batteries, but losing the gunfight. Not what he wanted. Zoinkers with a run out. Great job by him. 2 kills. Dynasty and Squid both going to fall. That's a 3K for him so far in this round. And he's hungry for more. Worried about a flank. Nobody's coming that way right now. It's just Jux and Lojacks. Again, oh no. There's a C4 being thrown out. It didn't land. I heard it and I'm like, there's no way he's about to get an ace with the C4. He does not though, but he'll get a 4K. Doesn't need the C4 at all. Jukes up top takes down his teammate. That's Gun Havoc gone. He's gonna vault inside this window. Clearly was already prepped a little bit. Able to just get one melee hit. Can ping where the diffuser is so his teammates are aware. And it's gonna be all up to Jukes in a 1-on-4 against a Zoink. A Zoinkers who really popped off. And this is actually some great play. He's not hunting for this frag. He is sitting by the diffuser. It's very tempting in this position to go for that ace. And now he's going to go for it. Awesome. Because I want to see the ace. I was going to say a lot of respect for him to just play it passive, but no.
Defender is approaching a kill zone.
He essentially cannot lose at this point. Jukes, I mean, you've got to get all of these kills. You've got to get the diffuser. It's so tough. He's going so slow. This round is basically over. Jukes, nothing he can do in this situation. Even if he gets all 3 of the kills, the players up top here, which you wouldn't even get one. All the last man had to do to secure his almost ace clutch. Well, I guess it would have been a clutch if it's a 1v1 and then things off. Secure his play. Zoinkers could have just hidden down on the first floor, and there was no time at all. Yeah, Q to get that kill. But I digress. It's still a 4K, not too shabby at all for Zoinkers. And he'll even things up for his team. Make it a 2-2. Again, though, this might not be as even as the scoreline suggests, because so far something have only proven to be competent at one bomb site, and they're never going to be able to get to go back to that bomb site on defense unless it goes all the way to overtime.
Attackers need to
So
locate
should history
and
repeat
defuse as many
themselves,
bombs as they can.
then we should be looking at a 4-2 half for Avenged. But, of course, anything could happen. They've lost this bomb site twice, and they'll get 2 more opportunities to prove that they can win on it. So again, how many are they playing on the top floor? That's my question. They are bringing the castle this time, which isn't something that they brought before, but it's pretty common on this bomb site. I should have mentioned it before, but it's weird not to see a castle. Well, depending on ventilation workshop. It makes your upstairs hold a little bit stronger. Quite a bit stronger, really. And it lets you cut off some angles down on the bottom floor. It's not like we've seen any sledge at all played from Avenged in 4 maps. I don't think they brought that operator once. Maybe they did in the very first map because Jaeger was banned and frag grenades were just talk of the town. Everybody was playing with frag grenades. But this time, they are going to choose to bring out the castle from Zoinker. So he's playing up top. Gun Havoc as well, of course, going to be playing up here. Tents is on the 2nd floor. And it's going to be the 3 Musketeers. Playing around the offices, around armory lockers, around archives. Wherever they decide they need to be at the moment. Gun Havoc, of course, this very tall angle. You can look down towards his opponents. Society doesn't like it, though. Look towards another angle where nobody is playing, but he actually takes some damage. Where was that? Where did he just take damage from? I guess it was through that hole that he'd opened up. It might have. Oh, was it Squid really far away? It might have been. Might have been. I think it was. So that's some good play by the Glass. Scare him off a little bit. You don't get the kill, but still a bit of damage. See if Gun Havoc tries to get reset here. No, he was by his teammate, but I think this situation is a little bit too risky to go for something like that. Because we know where all the attackers are, they probably could have done it and gotten away with the reset, but it wouldn't have given you that much HP, and probably if you don't have full information like we do, that's a risky call. Squid now entered the building. They know that somebody is down inside of the bathrooms. Throw in a grenade to make that a little bit better. Alongside the smoke, they know exactly where he is. He's right inside the shower, but he can't quite get that due to the gas grenades being thrown out. He'll push forward. He needs to get this kill, but he just doesn't find it on the ground and finished off. Nashoon with a shotgun will come out on top in that engagement. Looking for some more. It's going to be a little bit tough, though, because Lojax is scared. He's backing off as he should be. Dynasty gets a kill, but not before being traded out by Zoinkers. Man has had a great last couple of rounds. And things will settle, if only for a moment. Jukes in the offices knows that there are some players trying to surround him up top. There's one in hallway, however, as we can see with the silhouette, backing off to the soft wall. So, 6 approaching in waiting room. Lojax still working at this bathroom. Knows that Nashoon is in there. And Jux on the top floor. This is about to be an engagement. Lojax versus Nashoon. Can't fire through that wall, though. And he doesn't know where the smoke is. Great play. His knees and stuff were actually poking out just a little bit, but they blended into the background. So Nashoon able to come out undetected. Not from 6, though. Jukes also gets another one, but Tense will drop right on down and get 2 kills. Something barely winning that round. How do they do it? That was going so back and forth. Last couple seconds, very chaotic, but he comes out on top. Little help from the Evil Eye. Puts something back in the lead, 3-2. Now they'll go custom supply. And I guess this is an unknown quantity. We have not seen this bomb site in, what have we played, 11 rounds in the first time we saw this, and then 5 rounds here. So in 16 rounds, we have not seen this bomb site yet today. It's a little bit of bathroom tellers. We saw it once in the first matchup today. Avenged versus a Goober Squad.
Attackers need to
That was
locate and
Avenged
defuse
defending
as many
on a
bombs as they
bathroom.
can.
So we know Avenged don't like defending this bomb site. We'll see if they are proficient at attacking it. You'd kind of expect they would be, because, well, clearly they don't like defending on this bomb site, so they must think it's good for attackers, so they must feel like they have a pretty good strategy on attacking it. Maybe, I mean, that's sort of, maybe reaching a little bit, but you can see what the train of thought follows in that logic. Take another look at stats. Duke's on top with 6 kills, not too shabby at all. Pretty even across the board, really.
5 seconds left.
I wouldn't say anybody is really popping off. 6 again. I mean, we saw him in the first map. Saw him in the first map. In the first matchup, even all against Goober Squad. Map 1, map 2. He was really the guy to watch out for on Avenged. He's looked so sleepy this match. Across 2 maps, he hasn't really popped off at all. Really, the man who's been most impressive was Zoinkers. But Zoinkers, too, first few rounds was quiet. 0 kills on the board for a while. Just as I start to talk some trash on him, 6 will shut me up and kill the man who I was praising so heavily. Zoinkers will fall to the ash. Clearly, I spoke too soon. Gonna come up to some castle barricades. No more of those gonna get put up. 6 gets another kill. Gun Havoc gone. That was the previous top fragger for the team.
Bomb located.
Coming around, still 3 more to find for Avenged if they want to tie this up going into the second half. Nishun down by the A-bomb site. He's in the supply room. Tense lurking around. And of course, LeBron on the top floor. Interesting you'd have your Maestro on the top floor. Likely because they want the ACOG up there. And just in case he survives, you've got those evil eyes if you want to use them. So Nishun is taking a little bit of damage again. That's the people on the top floor, though. If anybody can stop those guys, it's going to be LeBron pushing aggressively in a way they don't expect. Or Tense rotating up top. Also very possible if he can get up to one of those staircases. He's got to be careful, though. Of course, a lot of open windows. And he was just seen on the drone. Oh, a very close gunfight. Nobody takes any damage in the end, though. Oh, yes, he does. Just on the exit. Squid gets a little bit of... He gets 1 shot in the leg onto Tense. Still worried about anybody from up top through the hatch will lose the life. 6 on a 3K this round. Looking down at the smoke being used. This would be a safe time to drop, try to get that plant. And Shun is around here. LeBron as well, taken down by Squid, so it's not going to be a total 5K. But Squid eating a lot of gas and shooting the last man standing, trying to get into the bomb site, stop anything from being planted. But it's so tough at this point. It's basically in the bag for AVG. They will tie things up as soon as they get this plant down and get this kill. Shun on literally 1 HP. There's nothing he can do, really. You mean to tell me he pulls this back? I don't think so. Time now working against the defenders. Every second that ticks by, he is just getting hurt. His position not getting any better. And 6 gets the 4K. I'll never speak bad about him again. Avenged clean up round number 6 and make sure that there are no advantages going into the second half. And again, great performance by 6. Here he comes. Wakes up just in time for the momentum to break, perhaps, as we move into second half, 3-3. Very different half from what we saw in the first map. In the first map, it was so dominant for Avenged, and then it was a pullback from something. This time, it was a much more even half. If something pick it up in the second half like they did in the first map, Avenged are in trouble. However, I mean, Avenged did get to choose their side here. No, this is their map. Something got to choose the side this time. At the same time, it's Avenged map. We'll see. Armory Lockers is going to be the bomb site. You knew that. I knew that. Of course it is.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
So we'll talk about the defensive lineup for just a minute. They are still bringing the Bandit. They're still bringing the Jaeger, of course. The Maestro makes a lot of sense. The smoke. The dock's the only thing that's a little bit weird. I don't think we saw the dock really being pulled out by something at all. But we'll see if Dynasty what he wants to do with it. Not uncommon, certainly. If you like the ACOG, play the ACOG. Why not? You can't play Echo or anything like that. So Echo is banned. So that makes sense. But let's take a look at his attackers, because this is a pretty different lineup. I mean, you're still bringing sort of the hard breach destruction combo. You're still bringing that Ash, but you've got the Buck, you've got the Capitao, probably the biggest change being brought, and no glass, notably as well. So you still have those smokes, you know, that the glass brought, but you can't necessarily utilize them the same way. Now you're gonna be playing more around your firebolts, trying to force people out of position and then shoot them down, or maybe just get the kill with the fire, whatever works. Either way, they've got Squid currently sitting in armory lockers, and I think I've seen him do this before. I believe Challenger League qualifier number 4. He just sits behind this shield and just taps that bullet, and I don't know. Hopefully he gets something. I've never seen him get anything with it, but I've definitely seen him do that before. Gun Havoc will get it. Dynasty will fall. And again, Gun Havoc with his M249. It's his magazine that proves to be superior. Maybe it helps when you're not just wasting it in an empty hallway. Maybe. 6 is down in server room. Could go for a flank. Oh, and Jux. That? Nope, that doesn't hit. That was very close. Gun Havoc is quite hurt from that. He's got to be really careful even with his own teammates' grenades. And is Jux just sticking this fire? Yeah. Barely not being caught by that. No more flame arrows by Gun Havoc, so they're going to have to flush him out the old-fashioned way. 6 at the same time. Gets a nice kill on his Zoinkers. Jukes finds Gun Havoc. All of a sudden, the attacker is no longer with the player advantage. Coming up forward with the drone. That was Nashun, but he's going to get off of it now as his drone gets destroyed. And Tense, the man leading the charge in towards his armory lockers. Decides to jump on down, bailing out of the assault. LeBron continues to sit and watch. About to find somebody. The arm of Lojax for just a moment does get shown. Pumps a couple of bullets in, but not enough for the kill. It's going to be Nashun gets the next kill onto Squid. Again, still Jux sitting behind. Of course, no longer able to do anything as he has been down. There's no way that Lojax can save him. He's going to have to come in and get these kills all by himself. It's a 1-on-3. He's got 52 seconds. That's loads of time for the attackers, and this is a ballsy move. Nashun cleans up Juke, so now they know it's only Lojax, but there's no way they actually expect him to be on the ground floor in this situation. He'll get an easy kill out of Tense, but now they know where he's at. Out with a shotgun, trying to open up some holes, but not going to happen, and they are ready for the rotation. Something win round number 7, and again, keep themselves with the advantage. Yes, we are on losers round 1. So when Avenged played Goober Squad, they lost it 2-0. Goober Squad are now playing against Vicious Gaming. That'll be, I believe that is on the Rainbow Six UK channel. You can type exclamation point multi. It'll be on one of those if it's not already over. And so we are taking the loser of those 2 matches. Something versus Avenged. And of course, a lot on the line for our match. Not so much on the other match because, well, they can still lose the game and be knocked in the lowers. But for ours, if somebody loses this, they are donezo. No longer will they have a shot at Challenger League Season number 9. A team who maybe aren't super likely to get there. They were the 16th team coming to this tournament, the 16th seed rather. Looking a little bit weak throughout those open qualifiers, barely qualified. But they're here. They had a really tough first matchup, so they couldn't really have expected to win that one. Would have been nice, but of course not likely. And they got a long road ahead of them. They got a lot to prove. They're going to make it into the top 5, which are the teams who move on to Challenger League. Avenged, I don't think most people have these guys moving into top 5 either, but I think it's a lot more possible, especially if they can pick it up if 6 continues to perform. This is a team who certainly could get some upsets. Avenged, they looked a little bit weak in the first couple of qualifiers. They didn't put up as many points as maybe they were hoping for, despite actually having decent records in the first couple of qualifiers. But in those last 2 qualifiers, they did pick it up. They got a good number of points, secured themselves a nice, I believe they are an 8th seed. So, yeah, I wouldn't say predicted to get top 5, but not out of the question, certainly. Grenade gets thrown. It is worrying, though, that they did just lose Armory Locker's defense to something. Of course, something the team formerly known as a regime, for those who were watching the open qualifiers. Again, Gun Havoc with these flame arrows. Going to be really important for him. Try to flush out Jukes. Jukes with a C4. This one will land. Tense will fall. That's the buck gone. So no more frag grenades that he's going to have to worry about. Likely that he has some ADSs just in case. Yeah, you can see it at his feet there. He'll get flashed instead. Just as good as being killed, I suppose. At least for 3 seconds. Starting to inch forward. If he's not careful, his foot will peek out and Gun Havoc can get a little bit more damage. He's full health, so he's not going to die to something like that. Unless he goes head first. Well, we'll see. Everybody's sort of just watching these angles. I mean, Zoinker's coming up to join the party. LeVron, maybe the only man who's watching the flank rather than the one angle. The attackers, as soon as you go down a man on attack, you really have to slow things down because you can no longer afford to play risky. You know, you're not out of it. Absolutely. 4v5 is nothing. You know, you're fine, but you just cannot take risky plays anymore. That's the biggest thing. You might need to take something, though, because Avenged are giving up nothing. And it's not going to help them Dynasty taking down Nashun. Zoinkers might just want to try to run in, go for some sort of a plant, or just get kills, but he doesn't get either of them. He gets downed in the end and put it all onto LeVron in a 1-on-4. Picks up the diffuser, gets a nice shot onto Jukes. Didn't have a lot of HP, but he got the headshot anyways. It's Lojax who's watching the angle. He's not. Avenged tied up one more time. It's 4-4. Lot of back and forth in this match. Avenged move to Ventilation Workshop. Armory Lockers finally locked up after they had to play it 2 times. It's one more than they would have liked. They will still get at least one more chance on it later on, should we take that long. In fact, I think we will, because they're going to need 3 more rounds. And yeah, that'll be enough for Armory Lockers to come back up. If any match has been looking like an overtime, this match is looking like an overtime. 3-3 half, now we're at 4-4. Come on. This has got overtime written all over it. My only worry is if something starts to slip. I think Avenged want it bad enough. But something have that in the back of their minds. They've already played through, this is their 4th map being played tonight. No doubt all of them long, all of them stressful, all of them losses so far. Winning this map is going to be nice because they stay alive in the tournament, but it also means they have to play a map number 3, which I'm sure they're very tired. I mean, they're not gonna shy against it. Don't get me wrong. Something they want that map 3, but it's a long road ahead of them. They know. Whereas Avenged, they're so close. They're not gonna let it slip now. This is a very late deployable shield. That's more than 30 seconds, and you already see Gun Havoc challenging that. Had he known that that was still just now getting put down, might have been a little bit more aggressive in pushing that. But of course, that's something that's very difficult to find out. So they've brought the Thatcher. There's nothing to really thatch. Nashun can just start getting on with this. There's no bandit batteries. There's no mute jammers. Nothing you have to worry about. That gets opened up nice and easy. And that's a nice and easy kill. Gun Havoc repels up the side of the building. Takes down Dynasty. And all of a sudden, probably your most crucial late game operator falls, followed by your mute, which is also good to have alive. Jukes gets headshot. Oh, but the nice flank by 6 comes out and gets 2. Zoinkers and Tense both will fall. A brilliant run out by the Jägermain himself. 6 proven himself to be one of the best players in this server, and Squid proven him that he is right up there with him. A nice C4 takes down LeVron, and these attackers have very quickly lost 3 of their players. Numbers have fallen, and now with so much time on the board, they're going to need to use every second of it that they are given. Oh, Gun Havoc, did he see it? Yes, but 6 is faster. 1-on-3, Nishun. This is winnable, but it's not going to be easy. Especially you're up against 6, you're up against Squid, you're up against Lowjacks. Not players to laugh at. Through that peak hole, a great shot. Little bit better read by Nishun. 45 seconds. Again, he can work with this. This is doable. Nishun in the waiting room. 22 seconds to go. Starting to get aggressive. Doesn't have a lot of information. Of course, his teammate's going to be using all the drones they can, but Squid doesn't care. Avenged take round number 9, put themselves back in the lead for the first time since round 3. Round number 10. One more for match point on Avenged. However, this is going to be the best opportunity that something have to win a round because it is going to be on Customs Supply. And again, it's interesting because last time when they had the option between the offsites, they went to Bathroom Tellers. This time it's Customs Supply. All right. So changing their mind about which offsite they seem to prefer, and Zoinkers brings out the glass. Okay. We have not seen this. Gun Havoc's on the Blackbeard, Zoinkers on the glass. This is something different. This is deadly.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
They've got the sledge too. I was just talking about how the sledge never gets played. 3 out of the blue operators from something. I mean, sledge maybe a little bit less out of the blue just because I get to. He was playing Buck before, or whatever. I feel more comfortable with the gun of sledge, but still, I mean, Blackbeard and a glass coming out. Okay. Still got your Thatcher Thermite combo. It's been working pretty well for them.
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds left.
And as always, we're going to check out how many people are going to be playing upstairs. Looks like 6 is content to be up here. Squid is on the first floor. He's dealing with a band of batteries. Is he... Okay, he's in customs inspection right now. Yeah, this is where I'd expect him to be, in detention. But oh, but they've got mute jammers here. I see. So yeah, they really want to hold that wall as long as they possibly can. That's a great wall for the attacker to have. Tense is going to be one of the main players trying to open that up as alongside as Thatcher. LeVron. There's no aggressive peeks or anything by these roamers. We haven't really seen any of that come out of Avenged all night. They like playing aggressive. They like playing with a lot of roamers, but not spawn peeks, and Gun Havoc will be the one to get the first peek. It is going to be Jukes, and Dynasty also falls. Gun Havoc 2 in a row. Why has he not been playing this Blackbeard the whole night? Clearly, this is where he needs to be playing. Trying to get his team still in this game. Prove that they are okay. Low jacked. What are you doing? Oh, that's a mistake. Zoinkers takes him down. LeVron gets one on a Squid, and it's all on to 6.
Attackers have located a bomb.
The only player of his team that still remains in the 6 players that are in the server. That means it's a 1-on-5, folks. They don't know where he is. He'll get an easy kill here. Tense will fall. He's not ready for the second one, though, and Blackbeard shuts him up. Something. Tie it up again. Round number 10 goes in their favor. We just go back and forth here, ladies and gentlemen. Round number 11 coming up. Nobody's on match point. Now, this should favor Avenged, because they get to defend on Armory Locker's Archives, and then if they win it, they get to defend on Ventilation Workshop. Those are two great defensive bomb sites. They did lose on Armory Lockers once, but that doesn't feel like... I mean, that feels like a fluke, right? When you see two teams evenly matched, a defensive team losing on Armory Lockers doesn't seem like it should happen more than once. And they are currently undefeated defending Ventilation Workshop against this team. If we look back to their match against Goober Squad, well, they didn't win a single round except for when they were defending on Bathroom Tellers. So we just won't look at that match because that's a very different match to what this is. But this should favor them. I think still we're gonna need to see something good from something. We're going to see something good come out of something if they want to even force it in overtime.
10 seconds
With that said, though, it's been so close that would not surprise me if they pull something out here.
5 seconds left.
Both teams have proven that they can pull things out when they need to. Whether that's 6 popping off, whether that's Gun Havoc popping off. Again, I don't know why he wasn't playing the Blackbeard this whole time. He got a 3K last round, so... clearly proficient on this operator. Doesn't want to change now. As the first few seconds of the round begin to tick by. This is a very common spot we see these days. AVG taking advantage of it now. Dynasty in the hallway looking all the way down. He's just sitting in the L. And he's got a great angle. We see a lot from Tai Chu. If you look at Pro League, X-Noble played this quite a bit before they died. Rest in peace. In terms of top floor, it's everybody except for Jux. Jukes, if you will. He's still playing on the first floor, and really with that cardiac sensor, he can support that top floor fairly well. So it makes sense. They're up here on Armory Lockers. Look back at the attackers, and this is a very different defense. The shield gonna get broke from Gun Havoc, and they've just got guys in. I mean, no fear. Lavron charging forward, gets the head of Squid, and Nashun going for a very strange plant, not one you see very often. It's a 3-on-5. The defenders really look like they're in a bad spot right now. Six is gonna have to come in for the flank. He is totally unexpected, but he's a little bit slow because now Dynasty has fallen. It's a 2-on-5. Now they're worried about this flank. Oh, especially with that drone. LoJax is the one in Archives. He's going to be coming in from one angle, trying to get some kills. He needs them if he's going to support 6. Coming in, a great jump in. They're actually both going to get a kill apiece. And now from outside, barely going to miss that one. Not quite enough bullets in the mag. Zoinkers and Lavron close it out. Something are on match point. Map point, I should say. It's still 1-0 in favor of Avenged if you look at the total score. But I don't think something care about the semantics. 1 round away from forcing a game number 3. We have seen so much action so far tonight. But again, they've got to fight Armory Locker's Archives again. I mean, the numbers haven't looked good. If you look at all over tonight, how many times have Avenged won on this bomb site? Well, they lost it, they won it, they lost it. So they've gone so far 2-1, or 1-2. 1 win, 2 losses. And then how many times did they lose Armory Locker's Archives in the first game? They lost it twice. So the record right now is 1 win, 4 losses for the night on Armory Locker's Archives. That's bad. That's real bad.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
So maybe this is something taking the map. It's quite possible that we will go all the way to coastline here, ladies and gentlemen. We're just going to have to wait and find out. Will we see overtime, or are something going to force us to a map number 3? No matter the result, we got a lot more Siege to watch, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you don't need to get to bed.
Attackers recovered the diffuser. Attackers are moving out.
So again, Jukes is going to be on the Bandit, setting things up. They want a strong hold on this Locker's wall. Mojack's on the smoke. You've got Dynasty playing the Doc, one of the more aggressive operators that you're going to be playing. And 6 from down below. The Jaeger from down below. If they have anything, it might just be this surprise pick from 6. A surprise flank. Getting some picks. It's going to be really important. The attackers, however, not without their own strategies. Zoinkers on the glass. It's proven to be effective, but it's going to be Jukes. The first one who shuts out Tense. He will no longer be playing in the regular time of this map. That leaves 4 attackers, and they don't like going down early here. But losing the Ash, that's expendable. You don't like it, but you can still move on. And Nishune's about to get Bandit tricks. Oh no, he took it off. And this time, I think he's going to be fast enough. No, he will not. Jukes is right there, and he gets a great Bandit trick to clean up the exothermic charge and make sure it will not come to effect. He's got one more in his pocket, of course. But he's going to be very cautious before he uses it. Already a lot of time wasted. Here he goes, using it, and Jukes is nowhere to be found. He's just going to back off, accept that he has gotten some time. And he's not going to risk his life to get a little bit more. So with that wall open, Gun Havoc can move over to this window that he loves to play at. He's careful about the other windows, but this is Blackbeard's best friend. Playing on this angle, it's so tough to get him off of it. Nishun watching the flank and security. Lavron and Zoinkers just droning in through the front door. And Gun Havoc has actually fallen off. Interesting. He's going to move over to the actual front door. He'll start to approach things. Lavron, again, just watching the flank, but that might be helpful as Zoinkers wants to be over here. This is a strange rotation. They spent a lot of resources opening up that wall, and now they don't care. It could just be the fake. I mean, the defender's certainly still going to be focusing that wall for a while, but yeah, they're starting to realize that, guys, everybody left the wall. We've got to start looking behind this. We got to start looking towards the offices, and it'll be Dynasty who's looking towards the head of LeBron. 3-on-5 Dynasty with another one. Takes down Nishun. Zoinkers finds 6, though. He's not going to be the playmaker in this round. It might have to be Dynasty. Nope, not going to be him either, unless... Oh, he can pick himself back up. Never mind. Lojax will claim one of his own, and Zoinkers in a 1-on-4. He needs to hit the shots of his life, and he's not hitting the ones that he needs to. He's in the midst of the smoke. He'll have to reload. This smoke is about to fade. Not ready for Jukes, laying on the ground, and Avenged force us to an overtime. Round 13. Round 13 means that something on the blue team will be starting on attack. That was the coin flip. So we will continue with what we just saw for the past 6 rounds. And next round, things will change. Now again, if you're looking at the stats, if you're looking historically, you want defense on this coin flip. That favors Avenged. However, with the way this match is going, I mean, it was 3-3 after the half, which means it was 3-3 in the second half as well. Avenged really haven't been looking good on Armory Lockers. I don't think something are too upset about it. Probably they both teams would have chosen defense had they gotten the choice. So I will say that again, this does favor Avenged, but they have proven that they can mess up this Armory Lockers. And if they do, I don't think that something's going to give them that same luxury. The 2 times we saw it, actually, wait. Oh, yeah. What am I saying? Yeah, no, the 2 times we saw this bomb site being defended by something, they got it. They have been perfect so far. Not a big sample size, of course. But this feels like it's do or die for Avenged. Because something don't look like they're going to let up that next round. We'll see. We're looking too far in the future, though. Right now we're on round 13. This is all that matters until the round is over. Again, gonna have Jukes on the Bandit. He's gonna be trying to get some Bandit. He's gonna Bandit tricks. He's gonna be trying to waste as much time as possible. It was crucial. Last round they got an early pick on a tense, and then afterwards they were able to deny that hard breach for so long. Wasted a lot of time, and something with their initial plans shattered, weren't able to claw it back with the backup. 6 again in some trouble. He's gonna be able to get healed back up though. And his flank last time didn't result in any kills. He just sort of died. Might have been Nishun who was watching the flank for him. And Nishun has been such a consistent flank watch that it's going to be really hard for 6 to do the things that he really liked to do in that first map. Because against Goober Squad, they were maybe a little bit more forward focused. They were a bit of a faster team than something had proven to be. So 6 was able to take advantage of that and get some aggressive flanks. It's been a lot harder for him to do that against something. The Bandit trick doesn't come out at all. Jukes is playing this a lot safer than he did in the first time. Maybe expecting somebody to be down below and expecting them to be a little bit more cautious about not getting Bandit tricked. The gunfight goes out and Blackbeard wins that because he's got some glass in front of his face. Lavron will start to I believe he's just destroying an Evil Eye or something down there. And ooh, Jukes wins that gunfight. Not something he really should, and especially Gun Havoc been playing so well on that Blackbeard. Now he's got to worry about somebody down below though, and it will be Zoinkers who takes him down. He wasn't even playing from below. He was playing all the way back in security room. Oh, very little HP. He hits the shot that he needs to hit. Tense is in here with him. Nishu not too far off. It's Lavron, the only man away from the squad. And they're going to take this time to reset the glass. They have a lot of time to do it. It's a bit risky, the position they're in, but Tense is watching the flank, and they don't expect anybody pushing in straight through armory lockers. They are correct. Nobody's going to pull that. There is an Evil Eye they got to watch out for, and that's going to be a tough one for Tense to actually reach. They'd like Lavron to be up there to deal with it, but obviously right now that's not what he's going to be able to do. The smoke grenades being thrown out, Zoinkers has a lot of room to work with. Lavron will be the one who gets the kill onto 6 though. And it's a 3-on-4. The defenders now find themselves in a player disadvantage. Now firing forward into the players, running right on in. That's Zoinkers. He will go down, but Lavron again with a headshot on a squid. Lavron with another one, finally shut down by Lojax. He's in a 2-on-1. He needs to win this if he wants to go up ahead in the overtime. The diffuser is being planted. Nishun, he's not aware of it at all. He will get the down onto Nishun. Just needs the 1-on-2 out with a shotgun, taking it aggressive, and he gets the kill. Both of them go down. It's a 1-on-0. Lojax pulls it back for his team. Avenged narrowly claimed that round. Number 13 is theirs. My heart is pumping. Good God. What a save. Overtime match point. Avenged lead 7-6. I'll say it again though. The 2 times we've seen it, something have been perfect on this bomb site. It is a bomb site that very heavily favors the defense. Avenged have looked extremely shaky here though. This is a bomb site that honestly teams at this level tend to have down. It is surprising that they have consistently not been able to show up on it. And thank God Squid's not on the glass. Squid, I'm sure you're a great glass. I don't mean to trash talk you. But yeah, he's not had a good night. Squid on glass just has not been working tonight. I'm so much happier he's on the Montaigne. That has worked way better for him.
Attackers need to locate and
I think this is going to prove to be more effective in the long run. That's for the rest of the operators. Nothing out of the ordinary. There's double hard destruction denial in both Mute and Bandit being played by something. Sometimes you don't see any of that. Like, not even one of them being played on this bomb site. Makes me think maybe they're going to just try to hold up on the top floor. They really just... They don't know if it's going to be an attack on offices or on the armory locker's wall. So they'll prep for both. They don't necessarily want to get too aggressive. I mean, I can see Gun Havoc getting aggressive. He's on the Jaeger. He's had a pretty crazy game. Not 7 kills. Actually, I felt like he had more than that. Maybe not. Regardless of what they're doing, though, Zoinkers is set up in offices. Looks like he's not going to actually be playing in there. It'll just be Gun Havoc. Let's look at these attackers, though, because nobody's playing dumb and aggressive in round 14. So the Thatcher starts to open things up for his team. Of course, Lojax. Oh no! 6 not aiming in the right direction. Says, oh, I'll deal with this camera. But Larvon, an excellent aggressive play by him. Peeks out against the Ash. Not something that is easy to do. It'll be Lojax, though, who evens out the numbers. Gun Havoc will fall. And that was 2 very good fraggers on both teams being knocked out very early in the first minute of this round. Of course, Squid leading the charge, clearing out Fountain. He hears the C4, he sees the C4, and he stops for just a moment, says, doesn't get thrown, though. And 25 damage. Probably not worth it. I mean, it's something. Don't get me wrong, it's something, but... So Squid's certainly calling that for his team. And that has opened up a dangerous little hole right in front of Squid. If he pushes forward, he does have to be a little bit worried about somebody flanking down on that first floor. Dynasty's down there, though, so probably nothing to worry about. But it does make it a little bit concerning. It always just sort of in the back of your mind, you're a little bit more cautious walking forward. Again, just trying to ping this guy, trying to find him, trying to get your teammates to flush him out, because as a Montaigne, there's no way you're walking into that room until he is taken care of. Dynasty with the frag grenades might be the best bet, although if he had his gun out at that point in time, he would have gotten the kill. Now he needs the frag grenade, though, and this has been such a slow process. Dukes is holding the flank. Dynasty still from down below has not committed his final frag grenade. I think he did throw up one, but it didn't land where he wanted it to, and he's not aiming correctly for the second one. It'll explode and hit nothing. They're having so much trouble with this one guy. Is this, yeah, this is Zoinkers. Totally holed up in the archives. They cannot get him out of here, which means the Montaigne can't move forward. With this opened up by Lojax, maybe they don't need anything more. There's these gas canisters, though, and they've wasted so much time that this is a huge problem for them. Finally, are they going to be able to get this kill? Yes, they will eventually. Jukes gets it, but there's only 5 seconds, and the C4 from Tense will take down the Montaigne. That leaves only 3. They need to kill this Evil Eye. They will eventually get it. There's still 3 defenders. They need to deny this plan. If they can even just kill Lojax at all, and they will be able to do it. Something takes it. Round number 14 is theirs, and we will go all the way to round 15. Armory Lockers archives not open. They go Ventilation Workshop. Of course they do. How did they do in the first, in this match? Well, they won it, and then they never played it again. They won it once, never played it again. If you look at the first map, though, like the very first match of the game against Goober Squad, they did lose it 3 times. Yeah. So maybe not a lot of confidence after their match against Goober Squad. But of course, they've got no choice now. They're going to have to pull it out.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Round 15, Ventilation Workshop. We've got some support in the chat. I can already see from Lavron, for Lavron.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Currently the top fragger for his team. Something have been... Honestly, they haven't been too reliant on any one player. Something are a very well-rounded team. There have been rounds where Zoinkers pops off and gets 4Ks. There have been maps where Gun Havoc shows up like he owns the place. Lavron clearly the most consistent so far in this matchup, but I mean, with one round, everybody's so close. Literally anybody on this team could end up as the top fragger by the end of this round. It would take an ace for Gun Havoc or Tense, but still. We start off the final round in map number 2. Something versus Avenged. And nobody's going to take this super aggressively. I mean, Jukes is on cameras, but he doesn't want to actually do any sort of a run out. Not on Castle. Jukes, though, never mind. He takes the head off of Zoinkers. And that's a great start for Avenged. They want to shut it down right now. They can move on in this bracket. They won't have to play another map. Something just desperately need to push it one more round. And then they got to play on Coastline as well. But they're going to have to feel so reinvigorated should they win this round. Shun opens up the wall. This has been fairly fast. Not even a minute into the round, and this has been opened up. Again, the bomb site is downstairs, so they need to get up here fast. Gonna Havoc working very quickly. Opens what he needs to open, then leaves. Says, nope. Suspects there might be somebody up there, and there is. Doesn't want to risk it. You've already lost your Ash. If you play too aggressive now, if you lose more, you're in trouble. And LeBron very close to losing himself. Tense with the frag grenades down the hole. Doesn't find anything, though. Gun Havoc very weary of a run out. There is somebody in position. I believe it's 6. Yes, it is. 6 has liked to do these aggressive plays. If anybody's going to do something aggressive on Avenged, it has been 6, historically. It'll be Gun Havoc, though. Gets the next kill, and Jukes... 1 kill, 1 death in this round. Ends up falling to the Blackbeard. Might have just shot him through the barricade. And I'm very interested what Gun Havoc is going to be up to. He's all alone, and he's made his way into customs inspection. There's still so many players up on that top floor, but they don't seem to care. I mean, Tense is watching the flank, but otherwise, those top floor players aren't bothering them whatsoever. Nashum, the man with the defuse, wants to get in on this B bomb site if possible, but of course, there's a lot of defenders who would like him to not do that. LeBron now starting to flank around, watch the flank in the security room, comes back around. And really, these guys on the top floor haven't put a lot of pressure on, but it doesn't matter because there's 15 seconds. They need to get going right now. Time is starting to tick down. Something about to be eliminated from this tournament in 10 seconds if they don't do something fast. Nashun going down. He's choking on the gas. If he dies, this could be the end of things. He's going for the plant, but there he will get down. That could be so detrimental. Nashun gets blown up by Squid, though, and it doesn't matter because time is all over. Avenged win it in a very anticlimactic manner, but it doesn't matter in the end. A hard-fought victory indeed. 8-7 is your scoreline. In 2 maps, Avenged take it over something. And they will continue to stay alive, something their hopes dashed. No longer will they be considered for Challenger League Season number 9. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching tonight. We casted 2 great best of 3s. Neither of them went all the way to the 3rd map, but all 4 maps were very, very close, very competitive. Some great games being seen tonight. For Avenged, Goober Squad, and something a lot to be proud of for the teams that we watched. So that is it for me. I'd like to thank everybody for watching. If you want to watch more, make sure you type !multi. I'm sure some of the casters are still live. They're still going. I think probably I'm one of the first ones to finish because I was one of the first ones to finish the first round at least. So if you're interested, go ahead and hit that !multi. Otherwise, I hope you have a great night. I'm going to be back later this week. Absolutely. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe. We'll see. But yes, if you're interested in watching more, this is where you're going to see it. So thanks for watching, and I'm going to bed. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.